Anywhere, anytime. Get signed up and get that offer, that $200 deposit match new customer bonus when you punch in that code for new members, match 200 at sign up, again at NYRABets.com. Opener to begin this Friday card, all for sale in here for $30,000. It's horses who have not won 2 lifetime, 1 turn mile, and the 9 to 5 current favorite, Santa and drinks, I guess. Cocktails and Kringle?
Cocktails and Kringle, well, yeah, I guess, yeah. I guess if Cocktails and Kringles runs the last race, first of all, he could be the controlling speed in a race that doesn't really appear to have any confirmed speed in it. And he does come out of a race that would make him the horse to beat. The problem is, occasion his 10th start, it was significantly faster from a Beyer speed figure standpoint than any race he had ever run before.
He has the look of a horse that kind of last time was the time for him. He was dropping into the maiden $20,000 level. He did drift out a little bit in the stretch and into the turn as well, but he was holding clear and able to dig in. Didn't beat a field of world beaters, but he doesn't necessarily come into this field full of others with a ton of form to sink your teeth into either. I think that he obviously could win if he runs that last race. It just kind of feels, like I said, last time was the time. Can he do it again? And for the new connections.
Yeah, going from the winningest trainer in North American history now to Horacio de Paz, but still favored. Here's the one, Magny, who moves from turf to dirt.
Yeah, probably drift up from the 5-to-1 odds. Currently is the least likely winner of those in the race, but I don't know if anybody's impossible here.
Neon Bordeaux, I guess at least is dropping in class for Rick Dutrow Jr.
He is. He's taking a significant drop in class. The one thing is that he just does not get out of the gate.
Derek Slaw ran a big race on a wet track. That was at Churchill last start.
He did. He's a little bit similar to Cocktails and Kringle in that he has that last big number. Can he repeat it? He's also off the claim.
9 to 5 here is the favorite with Ricardo Santana Jr.
Imagine Ricardo will try to use this one's speed to his advantage.
Hello, friends. Dylan Davis, Nance, Carlos Martin.
And good to see him finally get the win last time out. Now he's stepping up to face winners as he beat a pretty hungry field last time.
Well, not just that. You know, you look and you see he was 5-to-1. There was a heavy favorite in that race. That was a complete and total no-show. And if you took that heavy favorite out of the race, he was probably 1-to-9 to win that race. So he looks like a 5-to-1 shot that upset a field, when in fact, because that favorite didn't show up, he found a race he couldn't help but win. And he just went from 9-2 to 5-2. I have absolutely no idea what anybody sees about this horse.
We have big news.
What?
Her international racing tour has concluded.
Well, it depends what you consider Washington, D.C., Baltimore area.
Well, she was in...
But she's heading down there.
Tomorrow.
I thought she was at the Arc as well.
She was, but
yeah.
it's
Maggie
nothing
Wolfendale back with us.
that.
Good to see you, Maggie.
Yeah, I'm trying to, I don't know, I don't think this pick 4 has ever been done. A Longchamp to Newmarket to Aqueduct to Laurel Park in the span of 5 days. So thank you, Greg. Pleasure to be back here at the Big A. And yes, if you've never been to the Arc de Triomphe at Longchamp, it was a really, really special experience, and I highly recommend it. We were blessed with some really nice weather too, but I do highly recommend it to anybody who has the opportunity. Taking a look here at horses, though, on the track for this opener, we'll begin with your favorite. That is Cocktails and Kringle. And, you know, it's kind of funny this time of year where you get horses kind of changing over. Obviously, the weather's changing over. It's fall. It's cooler at night and in the some trainers are really on top of that. You know, they blanket their horses, they wrap them up, and so they'll never get that real wintry coat. Sometimes there's trainers that don't really pay that much attention to that. And that is always been Horacio de Paz's kind of MO. Like his horses, they always kind of immediately grow that long coat to them. I have never seen this horse. I know Acacia probably has. I'm hoping up in Saratoga. But he looks okay, and I do see why dynamics, assumably in this position, do make him a horse that should be tough in here. Just based upon appearances, though, out on the racetrack and back in the paddock, I didn't love him as the favorite. Now, a horse coming back off of a layoff is number 2, Neon Bordeaux, and definitely gets a little class relief here as he was beaten by the favorite last time out. And Acacia bringing up the fact that he doesn't get away that quickly. Well, that's because he's enormous. And as I've always said, horses like this, they're either A, claustrophobic, or B, they're just too big to kind of rock themselves back and get that propulsion forward, just because there's no room for them to do so in the gate. And oftentimes it's a combination of those things. I've always thought that this horse would prefer a bit more ground than a mile, a two-turn type of race where it kind of mitigates that propensity to break slow and allows him to get a little bit more comfortable into his stride. But we're coming back here at a mile. He looks good, he looks fit, and he's getting a big old warm-up from Junior Alvarado here. So we'll see, can he finally get out of the gate, and is this distance to his liking? The horse, though, that looked best overall is number 4, Derek's Law. Now, he was entered in a similar spot back in September, was listed as a private vet scratch for an illness here for Linda Rice. And last time, on the sloppy racetrack, he was kind of caught 4 wide. He was tugging a bit whilst wide and chasing the pace. And he tried to move to the lead while 3 wide at the 5/16 pole, and the horse that just got the best trip, the winner that day, was able to pick them all off. And I thought that Derek's Law was the one who lost the most amount of ground. So he was saddled on the walk. Obviously, connections observed that he can be a little bit of a high-strung type, but he minded his P's and Q's quite nicely and has done so throughout the preliminaries here. He looks fit, he looks strong, he's moving well on the racetrack, and I feel like this one-turn mile actually may suit him very well, at least based on his appearance. I know that he only really kind of has that one race last time, which was, albeit over a sloppy racetrack, Greg, that does make him a player.
Yeah, it took a big jump forward. Was it the wet track, or is just maybe a 3-year-old getting good midway through the year?
I don't know. It's tough to take that race at face value, given every other racehorse has run, and then Linda claims his horse, and we now haven't seen him for 4 months. Now maybe Linda thought you have to spend some time in jail anyway, claiming Kentucky, and maybe she wanted to wait to run as we get closer to winter. Obviously, he can win. I'm surprised by the overall betting in this race. I'm trying to figure out how the 1, 2, and 6 are all basically the same price. I like the 2 in this race, Neon Bordeaux. I don't love him, but I think he's one of 3 major contenders along with the 4 and 5, and I'm shocked that he's the same price as the 1 and 6. Maybe they don't think he can win, or maybe I'm underestimating the talents of the 1 and 6, but I somehow doubt it.
Well, I like the 4 in here, if we could get back to that one. I was with Maggie. I thought he had a wide trip last time out. I know that it's faster than anything that he has run before, but felt that visually his race 2 starts back, while it was not nearly as quick on the speed figure scale, he ran okay that day, and it was off of a layoff. I know that he comes back off a little bit of a layoff now, too. First off, the claim for Linda. Maggie mentioned he had been entered back in September. But I thought that there was an opportunity potentially with his tactical speed for him to get a good trip in here. Just watching the kind of warm-up that Jose Lezcano was giving him, he kept kind of asking him to propel himself forward in that warm-up. It looked like he was trying to rev him up a little bit to get him into that good position and maybe see what kind of forward position he could get.
Well, I mean, I would assume that the 4 and 5 are going to be the 2 most forward horses in this race. They're the 2 that have the most speed in a paceless race. I'm not sure how much the warm-ups matter, because we talk a lot about how they warm them up, but frequently we talk about horses getting aggressive warm-ups that are last early. I'm not sure how relevant it is to how they race in the races.
My point was that when you see him go to a walk or a slow jog and then ask him to go forward again, that's a warm-up to me, from all of the horses I've looked at over many, many years, that it's a rider wanting to wake a horse up. Not necessarily to show more speed, but to get out of the gate alertly.
Post time coming up. Wish we'd seen that in the Breeders' Cup Classic at Churchill Downs with Zenyatta.
What is that relevant? What did I miss there?
Didn't get much of a warm-up that night.
She was exactly where she figured to be a quarter mile into the race.
Totally wrong.
It's more lies. More lies about Zenyatta. If you look at the pace projector, she was exactly where she projected to be. Something that I discussed before the race with a lot of. I was on with Steve Bick, and Steve Haskin said she was going to be in lead in that race, and I had to explain how far back she had to be.
If you can't understand, she wasn't handling the track.
I understand exactly that she was where she was supposed to be, and she's a horse that everybody lies about endlessly. Except me.
9-5 favorite. Love getting Annie riled up. 9-5 Cocktails and Kringle. Ricardo Santana Jr. Will he be in front? We need to do a podcast on it. Opener. Chris Griffin, the call. Belmont of the Big A.
Tails and Kringle. Nance to the outside. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Derek's Law breaks very well in between horses, and Cocktails and Kringle is right there in the early mix with Magni down towards the inside. That's the top trio. Just off of them is Neon Bordeaux, and the trailer is the gray. That's Nance. As they get set to come out of the chute, it's a moderate tempo. Early, Derek's Law with the head in front. Cocktails and Kringle right to the outside to apply the pressure, and Magni is just behind them, as well off the rail, just in behind the battling duo as they work up the backstretch 23-4 for that opening quarter mile. The leader is Derek's Law. Jose Lescano up by a neck. Cocktails and Kringle is right next door with Ricardo Santana Jr. Magni is back now, shuffled back to last, just got passed by the tandem of Nance up on the outside, the gray, and also Neon Bordeaux. They slackened off the pace and that let the back markers get into it, and they work into the far turn and they pick up the tempo immediately. 47.54 for a half-mile time. Derek's Law starts the sprint for home. Cocktails and Kringle has been there the entire journey. That early move here from Nance is ranging up 3 wide. Magni with nowhere to go right now in behind horses. Neon Bordeaux is the trailer, but not out of it as they're tightly bunched and approaching a quarter mile left to go anyone's race. Derek's Law towards the inside. Cocktails and Kringle. Magni looking for a way out. Neon Bordeaux is trying to reach that same spot. Grandstand side, that's Nance. They're still chasing Derek's Law. Cocktails and Kringle now cut loose. Cocktails and Kringle. There's a 2-pass seam here for Magni trying to muscle on through. Neon Bordeaux's got a cleaner path to run by. It is Derek's Law who's come right back and put a neck back in front. Was not done. Derek's Law, Neon Bordeaux lunging. 3 horses at the line. Photo. Give it to Neon Bordeaux. In that final jump, Neon Bordeaux over. Another photo, Derek's Law, and Cocktails and Kringle in 1 minute 37.37 seconds.
Neon Bordeaux, 3 right there. This one up in time. Rick Dutrow Jr. and Junior Alvarado.
Well, you know, it's funny if you watch this race, and because I think the winning move by Junior was one that was kind of subtle. Instead of when he let the 6 go right around the 3/8 pole, instead of circling around him like he could have when he dropped back to last, he actually got in the 3 path and split horses. And when you win by inches, as he did, a move like that ends up being the winning move.
It was very smart. The field got pretty bunched up at one point, too. As you said, kind of that early wide move by Nance. It looked like Magni was trying to stay close to one as well. But as you said, Junior being able to save just a touch more ground going inside the 6. And then it's 3 horses down to the line. You've got the 2 horses that were on top of the pace, digging in the stretch there. The final jumps was where Neon Bordeaux was able to get up in time.
Yeah, when you win like that, I mean, anything you do that saved, you know, value. At the time, I was thinking, is he being kind of a wise guy out there? Well, he was, and he got the win because of it.
2-5, 4-1, 4-1 starts for this Friday card. Neon Bordeaux, who had been claimed back in early March for $40,000. See if this one got taken.
He ran against better horses, you know, and he found the right field. And that's the thing with these paceless races, right? When you get this paceless race, I don't think it ends up helping anybody really, Acacia, because the field gets so bunched that even the closers aren't particularly compromised.
Nobody's really able to make those big kind of racing dynamics that impacted moves.
We're going to take a timeout. We'll look ahead to the weekend. When we return, George Weaver, he will have a couple of chances in the Grade 3 Glen Cove. Flat out time, getting on turf for the first time, and the speedster Pop Idol. Can she control on the front end again? Stay with us.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing, Get expert picks, boost your bankroll with weekly promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the NYRA Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NYRA Bets.
Welcome back. You're watching America's Day at the Races here on FS2, and we're proudly brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years and more of doing the usual unusually well, as Neon Bordeaux, off the extended layoff for Rick Dutrow, returns as a winner today, getting the second win of his career. And pleased to be joined here. Yep. Got his nose down right at the right time. Here with his winning rider, Junior Alvarado, who timed it perfectly here today.
Yeah, Maggie, you know, when I got here in the paddock, you know, Blake told me, you know, he's coming from a big layoff, but, you know, he seems to, for us, you know, he should be ready. You know, you kind of play that and into the race, you know, you to move enough to get there on time, but you don't want to move too early neither, knowing that that could actually, you know, pay the price. It's coming from a big layoff, but, you know, he was ready, like Blake said, and you know, he showed up today.
And a horse that at times has had trouble getting out of the gate. Such a big, tall horse. You know, ones like that, obviously you gave him a nice warm-up, but what do you do knowing that he has the propensity to do that?
You know, it's like, you know, when I ask him to warm it up, you know, I say, you can do whatever you want. So, you know, once I gallop, I think, you know, for me, to kind of help a horse like that who's a little leggy like him, you know, I start doing a lot of circles and A behind the gate, you know, like just to try to let him up on his feet, put him a little lighter on his feet. And you know, sometimes works, sometimes doesn't, but, you know, I think today kind of was good enough for him to put himself somewhere close to the pace.
Clever and very good horsemanship skills, but a horse that, you know, he needs no introduction. He's Sovereignty, that you will be aboard for the Breeders' Cup Classic, giving you so many firsts this year. Talk a little bit about your excitement, your feelings going in to that 1st of November.
Yeah, you know, very excited, looking forward, you know, the past couple of Saturdays and, you know, last Sunday, you know, my agent all the time called me, he's in Saratoga. Every time the horse works, you know, he called me right after, say, you know, the horse worked great. Keep me informed about him, you know, how he did. And you know, as of right now, it seems like, you know, he's been doing as good as he always been, you know. He's feeling great and like I said, doing everything nicely how he's been doing it. And, you know, like I said, just can't wait.
We all can't wait, Junior. Well, wishing you the best of luck with him. Congrats here. Nice way to kick off the day.
Thanks, Maggie.
All right, Neon Bordeaux gets the win in the opener, but a date in a few weeks, Greg, with the big horse. Sovereignty for Junior Alvarado.
Got to be a great feeling with that ahead on November the 1st, heading to the Breeders' Cup Classic with a horse who's done something no one in the history of this sport has. Derby, Belmont, Jim Dandy Travers, and is going to be the favorite in the Classic.
Well, he's really good. I'm curious to see how he does because while I think he's terrific, I think he's being overrated by some people, but that's not to say that I don't think he's a very good horse.
He's been a lot of fun. At the end of the day, he is still a 3-year-old that will be facing older horses for the first time. I think that's something he needs to show he can do to kind of cement that next step in the history books.
Race 2 started the early pick 4-6 furlong sprinting on the outer turf. New York breds. Entry-level allowance group. It is Van Vollenhoven, David Duggan, Kendrick Carmouche. Right now the 2-1 favorite.
Yeah, I mean, he should have won last time. He shouldn't even be eligible for this race because rider error caused him to lose last time, and he can be forward in a race without a ton of speed. He's very dangerous.
We teased it going to break. Tomorrow on our coverage, Grade 3 Glen Cove. George Weaver is going to have a couple of chances at this race, including one who was the winner with the top 3 finishers coming out of that Galway, who set the pace that day. Pop Idol went gate to wire. What do you think about her chances to go gate to wire again on Saturday?
She feels like a horse. If you didn't get her at almost 20-1 last time, you don't need her at 20% of that price in here. I don't know how she got loose in here, Acacia. She did run well, but she got the benefit. It's almost like she surprised them, and I don't think she's going to surprise them in here. Not that she can't win.
Correct. Yeah, she was able to get loose. She had the rail that day. John Velasquez just went to the front, and it was kind of wild. The 2 horses after her, who both ran well, and Abiento and Love Surveyor, both had outside posts and kind of wider trips. Abiento finishing really well to be second in that spot. So we'll see if either of them able to turn the tables. But will be interesting to see as Pop Idol did go up to Woodbine to face fellow Ontario breds and was pretty disappointing finishing 4th following that Galway victory.
Head-and-head, though, in a speed duel in that race. Might have a little better chance to be loose tomorrow.
I don't know.
No?
I don't know about that. I just feel like she really had the run of the race last time, but she ran well, isn't it? It's hard to know exactly what to do with her because she improved so much off of her prior form, but maybe she's just a new horse, and in which case she can win here.
And I'll go back to you, Acacia, because you can say the same for Anna Skull. It seemed like she really took a big jump forward last time out.
She certainly did, and it was against fellow New York bred company. So now she will have to step forward going back into a stakes company. She's also drawn to the outside, but she was a horse. I know that there had always been really, really high hopes for her after her very impressive debut as a 2-year-old last summer in Saratoga. And she came back off a bit of a layoff, finishing second in that Blue Sparkler. This was certainly her best race yet, but as I mentioned, now going into open stakes company will be another jump.
Yeah, it's interesting, and I agree with everything you said. But she ran a race in here that could win this race tomorrow. That's the thing, and she ran so well last time. And as you were alluding to, it's not like it came out of absolutely nowhere. She had shown some potential last year, so maybe the light's gone off, and maybe it was just the right spot to find for her to get her a little bit of a confidence booster. She's definitely a player in this race. It's a fun race.
It is, yeah.
Earlier on the card, 143 Eastern to be specific. The Artie Schiller, named after a pretty good one. This one for 3-year-olds and up. $150,000 purse. And back in 2005, a win in the Breeders' Cup Mile.
One of the hardest things I've ever had in racing was being in the paddock with the MiG for this race. And the MiG, as many people know, was the regular rider throughout his career on Artie Schiller. And he had been in one of his many freak accidents. A horse got spooked in the paddock, spooked his horse. He knocked him off. He didn't get out of the stirrup, but he ended up breaking his leg or something, or his arm or his leg. I think his leg. And, I've never seen Richie handled it so incredibly well. He went and watched the race. He said, I'm watching the race by myself. I know I'm going to be excited for him to win, but it's a little bit emotional for me, and he did win. But Richie was really happy he won, and so are a lot of people. He's a horse that had a tremendous career for trainer Jimmy Jerkins.
Yeah.
Well, in this edition, Big Everest, Manny Franco will be aboard. No chance with the way that race started for him last time out, Acacia?
Yes, he was slow. I don't know what Paco Lopez was doing on him last time out, because this is a horse who has run his entire career now at the age of 7 being on the front end, and it was a short field and he just never got comfortable.
This is the win two back, but
This
yeah, we're
is his
talking
win two
about
back.
the
To be fair,
most
he was
recent.
able to slow things down on the front end, and he loves going a mile. But he is looking for his third Artie Schiller.
There were only 3 actual speeds in this race, all of whom were faster than him, and somehow they managed to take him back. And he's a funny horse because he's not a phony, because he's a good horse, and he's been incredibly consistent throughout his career. Both Gustavo and Miguel and the whole Clement Barn team have done a great job with him, keeping him consistent. But he is a horse that does need to give things go his own way for him to win his races. On the other hand, it happens a lot with him, so to discount him, and unless the 5 is aggressively ridden, I think Dylan is riding, the sprinter stretching out, he's going to get loose again in here, and he's a horse that's very capable of running figures that can win this race, though Major Dude is obviously a big favorite and horse to beat in the race.
Short price, yeah, on the morning line for Todd Pletcher. John Velasquez will ride. That's race 4. Artie Schiller on our Saturday coverage. We're going to take a timeout. Much more to come on our Friday coverage. Stick with us. Who's this guy? Does anyone know him?
The brains of the operation was in the background.
2 tickets punched to the Breeders' Cup for Miguel Clement. We'll have a preview coming up.
History remembers moments of extraordinary strength, skill, and determination. True greatness is forged by those who fulfill their destiny.
The lead belongs to Epic Ride. He is showing them a clean pair of heels.
Eclipse champion Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Saturday on America's Day at the Races, join Maggie Wolfendale on track live for the 40th edition of Jim McKay Maryland Million Day from Laurel Park. Back-to-back stakes races, including the Maryland Million Classic. Coverage begins noon Eastern on FS2. Weekends are for winners at Naira Bets. Opt into the Late Pick 5 hit and split bonuses to claim your share of $5,000 every Friday through Sunday. $5,000 hit and splits every weekend when you bet with Naira Bets.
Trainer David Duggan has always had horses in his life, starting from an early age in his hometown of Tipperary, Ireland.
We were on ponies when we were younger. We grew up as farmers now. My uncle Matt had a couple of horses. He was a permit trainer, and there was always ponies around. I went to the apprentice school in Ireland. Some gravitated towards being jump jockeys or flat jockeys. We got into a good yard, and they got us on horses and had like a mini career as a jockey for a while.
An injury ended his career as a jockey before he arrived in the United States, but that did not derail his dream of working with racehorses. Duggan would go on to assist trainers Neil Drysdale, Owen Hardy, and John Kimmel. A purse increase at Naira emboldened Duggan to go out on his own.
We saw opportunity in New York when the slots came here, and we thought that, you know, if we were going to take a chance, it was obviously here, and we had a history of being here.
Dave's not the only Duggan destined to work with horses.
I was born and bred into racing. My dad used to ride. He was quite a famous jockey in Ireland and in England. So I've been riding since I was 3 years old and involved in racing all the way up. We lived on the Curragh, so my sister and myself were totally spoiled. We had our own ponies. We took off on the Curragh and did whatever we wanted to do. We were really lucky.
Since the very beginning, the Duggan Barn has been a family affair.
We think along the same lines probably 95% of the time, and I think that just makes things work. As I always tell my kids, Dad's the boss at the barn, I'm the boss at home. So he basically does all the set lists and the plans for the horses. We do discuss what's best. We'll back and forth a few times that way, but mainly Dave's the main decision maker.
Port Bonheur! Port Bonheur! Poke that head in front. Can't hurry, love wins the Dancing Renee. It's Sunday Girl. She's gonna win impressively.
Here's Drafted coming on to win the Grade 3 Run Happy Stakes.
Through it all, Duggan strives to compete with the best in the game.
You have to keep on upgrading your quality as a trainer and how you communicate with people and the service that you put out. To be consistently good at what you do and keep on churning out the right kind of horses for New York, because New York is very competitive. You look at Chad, you look at Todd. Why are they successful? That's the reason you keep on trying better every day.
There he is. So great to see his success and his turnaround. He was going to walk away from the sport, said he was just too stubborn to do it. Obviously loves this game in 23, 24, and again on pace this year with the best years of his career.
No, he's a trainer and knows what he's doing, and he's gotten an opportunity. He's gotten more horses, and he's shown everybody.
Terrific horseman and just such a kind family as well. And a big upset yesterday, 25-1 shot.
Yeah, the first race yesterday.
Yeah.
Here's the 4-year-old he'll send out in this one. Race 2, Van Vollenhoven, current 5-2 favorite for David Duggan. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
Yeah, and of course, Dave's daughter, or Dave and Laura's daughter, Lily, helping us as a PA over the summer, and quite a fine babysitter as well as Van Vollenhoven. Look, I have tried him in his last 2, and he has been unlucky. But maybe with me off, a little less weight on his back, he'll get the job done today. And he looks great here in the paddock. But taking a look at a horse who is coming in off of a bit of a layoff, it's number 1, King Puck, as he is a horse that can be forward in here, which I think is a feather in his cap. Now, at the times I've seen this guy, he can be a little bit distracted sometimes in the paddock, but not today. He's actually very calm, very quiet here, but otherwise looks incredibly fit and well prepared for this return to the races. So I do think that he could throw his name into the ring as a horse that needs to be respected in here, especially at his current 9-2. Number 2, Master Freud, who is kind of second off that bit of a layoff in his last. He had a wide trip throughout. He was towards the rear, kind of circled up 5 wide with a head of steam, and he wanted to lug in a little bit through the lane there, but it was kind of like he was lugging in because he was lingering on his inside left lead. And then once he kind of got straight and switched to his outside lead, he ran on again. He looks fantastic. Now, this is a horse that I have kind of chased throughout his career a bit here, but overall, from a physical perspective, it's just as far as his health and his conditioning are concerned, this is one of the better times I've ever seen King Master Freud look here. So I think building upon that first effort for Antonio Arriaga should put him right in the mix. Now, a horse that is also second off the layoff, but second off the really long layoff, is number 6, Launch Control. Look, he ran, I think, respectably in his first start back, where it was a bit of a contentious and fast pace in which he broke a bit slow, being a bit ring rusty, coming off such a layoff from the inside. He had to rush up to the lead, and the winner that day, Alan Turing, came from last, and he did look like a horse that was primed and ready to run one of his best. And while Launch Control had the appearance of looking fit, it just kind of shows how much a race will do for a horse. Now, today, he's just that much more defined, that much more vascular looking. So I think that with that race, it's just going to put him in a better position. Obviously, his position in the gate lends itself to more success. And he's certainly your atypical turf sprinter. He's quite big and long and has a lot of scope to him. So not the prototype of turf sprinters, which are right to his outside, Greg, and little old Nano Man.
And don't get too excited about the 6-1 with the 6 probably, according to the doubles anyway, second choice. He was 3-1 morning line, and he could be the controlling speed again today.
Yes, this is a board that's going to change. Nano Man's not going to be 3-1 at post time, and he's going to come down. We'll see what happens. It's a wide open race. I don't think there's anybody in this race you can say just doesn't belong in here. And I like the 6, Launch Control, who I don't think faces the same kind of pace scenario he faced last time.
Call to post we hear in the distant background. We'll kick things off with King Puck coming off a maiden win. Saratoga back in July.
As Acacia pointed me earlier, has bought through a digital sale since his last race, and it's a logical horse that draws well inside.
Master Freud was very far back, third beat less than 2 lengths last start.
He was, and as Andy said, it was a quicker pace last time out, but he's a horse that doesn't need to be that far back. He's a turf sprinter through and through.
Not for Hire won the debut, 0 for 6 since.
He's one of the outsiders. He kind of sucked up in a collapsing race last time with a good trip. He's going to have to find his old form.
David Duggan's horse went by the 4.
Van Vollenhoven makes sense with the traffic last time out.
Stormy Birthday at 6-1, Bobby Robato.
Great trip to get second last time.
Here's the speedy Launch Control.
He ran very well last time, digging in, first start off of a big layoff.
And Nano Man 3-1. Wow,
strictly based on his buyer, he's one of the horses to beat. I'm not interested in that. I think this is a significantly tougher field than the one he comes out of last time.
7 minutes to post here in the second. If it was up to him, he wouldn't have taken any mounts off. Joel Rosario, that spill yesterday, and then was advised, yes, you are going to take the rest of the afternoon off, but back here today, and good to see him back.
Yeah, it was a scary situation. The horse stumbled coming out of the gate, and he kind of flipped over the front of the horse. So just really great to see him back riding. I know he obviously spoke to my husband, Miguel, last night and said he's feeling fine, which is just really great to see. These jockeys are so tough, but just very thankful horse and rider were okay in a scary situation.
Yeah, no, I heard from him as well last night, and glad to see he's back and riding. And Joel, to know Joel is to love Joel.
Absolutely.
He's just about as nice a person as you'll ever encounter anywhere. He just has a great personality, and it's impossible not to like. I know he frustrates him better sometimes with his riding, but I think even the hardcore, if you knew him a little bit, he'd be like me. Even I have trouble knocking him when I think he does something stupid. But I also think when he rides well, he's as good a rider as there is in the country.
One of the absolute best, no question. What about King Puck? Let's take a look at this horse a little more deeply. Coming off that maiden score, career start number 5. This was the race where he broke his maiden at Saratoga.
But there was a softer field than the one he's facing, and he got a very good trip. The horses in front now had gotten completely left and then rushed up and actually ran pretty well. He's not run back since that race. Got the right trip in here to get it done, but you know, he's still pretty good. It's not like he hasn't run well, and he's not as exposed as some of these horses, Acacia.
No, he is a little bit more lightly raced. It took him a little bit of time to break his maiden. He did have, I think, a little bit of time to figure out that he runs his best race when he can be forward and channel that energy. Should note, too, as we mentioned, he was purchased in that digital sale. He was entered in that race that Alan Turing won, that a lot of these other horses come out. Unfortunately, he was stuck down on the also eligible list, so he's been ready to run for a little bit of time off the back of that maiden score, and we'll see what he does facing winners for the first time.
And he was unlucky to lose 2 back. The winner took advantage of a rail that was very strong while he chased a little bit outside, and I think he ran a winning race that day. And the third place finisher, Inexperience, came back to stretch out with a big win.
See if he can take a step forward off that maiden win. Meanwhile, this is the one everyone has to catch, and has a race that when he went to the bench, no one has really come close to.
Well, this is the last race now. Van Vollenhoven, the rider, made a terrible mistake. He stayed in here when he should have gone out. He should have swung outside for room, and he ends up getting completely stopped behind horses. Master Freud had a clean run, but he was much wider than the horses that did better than he did. As far as Launch Control, why I liked him out of the race was, A, I bet Van Vollenhoven last time, and I was kind of frustrated. But also, I thought that he was forced because of his post to be super aggressive in that pace, and I just thought it was less of a pace today. Maybe he can clear, or maybe he ends up stalking. Regardless, I don't think he's going to be under the gun like he was last time.
He did have that big win 2 starts back. That was also back in June of 2024, and then he came back in September just a month ago. So second time off of a big layoff today as well. As Maggie touched on back in the paddock, having a start off the bench, especially for horses with speed, can really be so beneficial.
Yeah. I'm wondering if we have a little time, should we discuss the pick 6? Or should we wait till next race?
Let's wait till the next race.
Okay.
The host has spoken.
It's fine.
Let's go down to Maggie.
As we'll take a look here at the horse that I'm going to land on, and that is number 2, Master Freud. As I mentioned, the paddock have yet to see him look this good in the past. And furthermore, not that we're changing his running style by any means here, but I think Christopher Elliott, possibly cognizant of the fact that there isn't quite as much pace for him to be able to close into. So he really asked him in the warm-up, and he responded well. I mean, he just looks fantastic. It spilled over from the paddock to the track today. So I'm going to take a shot here with number 2, Master Freud. We'll see if dynamics at all hurt him, because once upon a time, to be fair to him, he actually did have a bit of early speed. So moving on to number 4, Van Vollenhoven. He sits at 7-2 on the board. Everybody saw the trouble that he encountered. He gets a switch to Kendrick Carmouche for this time around. And he's a horse that does return. He wears the front wraps only. Yet again today, it is something that he did last time and also on the main track. I just wish he was carrying a bit more weight and conditioning. If I was really going to split hairs with him here today, he behaved well. He can be a horse that can be high strung, but usually here at Aqueduct, he is quite relaxed. So we'll see what he does and if he gets that clean trip and if he actually produces the win here this time around. Greg?
Maggie, thank you. I want to get your thoughts, the two of you. To see King Puck as a 2-to-1 favorite is shocking to me.
I agree.
I'm surprised by it as well. I think he can win. But I don't think, first of all, I don't think anyone should be 2-to-1 in this race.
No. I think you can genuinely make a case for every single horse in this field. I think maybe not for higher, a little bit tough to make given that he was coming out of the same race as some of the others, but he was coming from off of it. He's 7-1 on the board right now, but I really think that you can make a case for every horse in this field to see if they could take a step forward. It is a short price on a horse that's facing winners for the first time.
But yeah, maybe a horse just coming around. Maybe does someone know something we don't know?
Well, everybody knows something I don't know.
I
can't speak for you, Greg, but there's always somebody. A lot of people out there know a lot of things I don't know. But I agree. He doesn't appear on paper to be a 2-to-1 type favorite. What price was he on the morning line? He was 5-2. He was the 5-2 favorite. So I guess the morning line maker thought he'd be pretty short. So as usual, he got it very right. I'm surprised he separated himself that much with the second choice at 4-1.
Yeah. Nearly 70,000, pick 4 pool. Pick 6 coming up next. We will have a preview of that. Andy chomping at the bit to get there.
Well, I was just looking for something to talk about.
Chris Griffin, the call. Here's race 2, Belmont at the Big A.
Van Vollenhoven, Kendrick Carmouche. They go in. 3 out. Stormy Birthday. Launch Control. Stormy Birthday just hesitates, backs away. And in. Launch Control. Nano Man, last to load to the outside. Here's Nano Man. Moving forward. And in. All set. And they're off. Hopping in the air at the start with Stormy Birthday. Speed towards the outside from Launch Control. Ricardo Santana Jr. on the engine. They're up by about 3/4 of a length. About to be joined towards the inside. They want to hold the rail position. That's King Puck is right there with Master Freud as they travel in tandem. That's the top trio. Van Vollenhoven is avoiding all the traffic right now. Red Cap is in fourth in the 2-path just behind these leaders. Then further back in the field comes Not for Hire. Nano Man second to last, and Stormy Birthday is the trailer. They work into the far turn, 22 seconds flat. For that opening quarter mile, Launch Control is the leader. Van Vollenhoven is just cruising up on the outside, is tugging Carmouche to the front. Master Freud is trying to beat this rival to that spot. That's the leading three now. Trying to keep up at the rail is King Puck. Not for higher, Green Silks in behind them. They reach the top of the lane. They've got to catch Launch Control. Launch Control is now cut loose. Master Freud is in full pursuit. Van Vollenhoven down the center of the course. Not for higher, making up some late ground too. But Launch Control keeps finding up front. It's Launch Control who's stretching the margin out now. Launch Control. Here's Not for Hire. The late danger here on the grandstand side. Stormy Birthday from far out of it. But Launch Control didn't stop. Launch Control. That's your winner. Not for Hire up for second. Then came Stormy Birthday in a photo with Van Vollenhoven in 1 minute 8.61 seconds.
Launch Control controls on the front end, and second back off the bench, back in the winner's circle.
Isn't this just a classic example of a horse that had one trip last time, gets a race under his belt, and is able, Acacia, to get a much different trip today?
Yeah, and absolutely a horse that moved forward, second off the layoff. It's just something that we see so often too. It was a big time away from the races, came back, ran well, showing speed, just far more fit today, was able to sustain it, not under the gun as much, and was a great ride by Ricardo Santana.
And one thing you know with Ricardo, he might lose, but if he's riding a speed horse, assuming the horse gets out of the gate, you know what he's going to do. He's not cute, and he wins a lot of races by riding his horses the way they're supposed to be ridden.
4-1 on a horse second back off the bench who had the fastest race of anyone in the field that you knew was going to be probably by himself.
I honestly thought he'd be favored in here, and I agree with you. It's surprising. The 2-3 Diamonds horse, he was the one who seemed like he had the better races, but he got it done today on the front end.
6-3, 5-4 finish, 4-1 Launch Control. Kerry Bryan, Ricardo Santana Jr. at 3 Diamonds Farm prices. When we come back, we'll take a look at the Breeders' Cup Sprint Division. When we return, can he go back-to-back? Straight, no chaser, back for more. We'll have a preview of the Sprint Division when we return.
Anybody else want 650,000 not a minute, $1,650,000 not a half, $1,600,000. Thank you.
Back with you on our Friday coverage. You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. It is brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. Race 2 in the books. Launch Control takes off from the outset and goes gate to wire under that man, Ricardo Santana Jr., our winner circle lead-in, brought to you by the Fasig Tipped in November sale. The world's premier breeding stock event. Nominate your star today.
Feels like a broken record. Ricardo Santana won wire to wire. Right? It feels like you could have said this about 50 times in the last 3 months.
He's come here to New York and he's gotten wise and he's taken advantage of a lot of passive rides, for lack of a better phrase. And his aggression has certainly paid off with some wins and a lot of people taking notice.
He tells you what he's going to do, and then he does it.
At some point, though, you got to think this colony is going to say, I'm going to start doing what he's doing.
What one would think. I'll have what he's having. I'll have what she's having, right?
Launch Control 4-1 winner here in race 2. Pick 6 carryover coming up next, and we will see what happens in the sequence. You had thought Oblada, as we bring you to prices from Launch Control, $10.40 for the win, would be the shortest price favorite in the mix?
First of all, we would like, occasionally I've discussed this, we would like you to sing Oblada
Yes,
on the show. We
if
really do.
This horse wins.
And you hit the pick 6, you'll come back for the late show and you'll sing it.
And I hit the pick 6. I'll
you
release
still
a
won't sing
video
it.
tonight of me singing the entire song.
With the kids?
Ooh.
With the kids?
Yes.
You're gonna helping out,
Yes.
doing some backups for that?
That's good.
For people that don't know, it is a song on the Beatles' White Album. For the 3 people out there that don't know that. This is a horse. The biggest concern, I would say, for Oblada is the break.
Right.
Because the horse got left first time. Now, a lot of times, first-time stars will get left and they'll be fine the second time. But coming back with the rail, I think that has to be the concern. If this horse breaks cleanly, he's gone, he's fast, and I mean, if he breaks cleanly, he's almost a cinch in here on paper.
For a first-time starter to get off slow like he did and then kind of rush up, and it was almost like when, and I get it, with a horse that's as fast as him, but when Sammy Marion took him up to the front end, he was like, okay, I'm ready to go, and then understandably got a little bit tired there in the stretch. He's very much the horse to beat.
He's also the upside horse here, too, with just the one start under the belt.
Yeah.
There's nothing not to like about this horse, except he's going to be a very short price. He's 4-5 right now. I think Liberty Rising is clearly the backup horse in there, dropping down for Pat Quick, and he would be my lone other use in here. But looking through the sequence, and we can talk about it, I got to think that Oblada is at the very least the shortest price in the sequence.
Yeah, odds on right now, 4-5. We'll talk more about this field in a moment. Let's talk Breeders' Cup Sprint. As we told you going to break, Straight No Chaser back in the mix, looking to go back-to-back as we take a look at the group that is eyeing the Sprint on Saturday, November 1st.
And, I think it's an interesting race. But Ben Tornado, who finished second last year, Acacia, had his first start since then in early September, I think the 13th, so mid-September, and ran a 108 buyer at Churchill. If he's able to duplicate that performance, this field could be in a lot of trouble.
He ran a huge race that day in the Louisville Thoroughbred Society, winning that stake September 13th, in fact, as you said. But he'll have just the one race off of that big layoff, and I have to imagine that was such a tough beat for Team Ben Tornado and Jose D'Angelo last year as he hit the front and then just got run down late by Straight No Chaser. He's a very good horse. Obviously, had, I'm sure, a bit more time away than they had wanted or anticipated, but we'll see if he's ready for the test.
If he can repeat that race, this race is probably over.
Yeah.
I think so. And when you back it up with the fact that he ran second last year at a huge price, we know that he can class up with these horses.
Well, Straight No Chaser off that Breeders' Cup Sprint win last year. It's been a strange sort of story for his comeback now as a 6-year-old.
But I don't think it's bad that he lost his return race, because I don't think he ran that badly, Acacia.
It was his first start off a layoff as well. He kind of like Ben Tornado, having a prep to go into the Breeders' Cup. However, he did have a few more races in 2025, going over, winning in Saudi in the Riyadh Sprint. Then he finished very disappointing 8th.
With I think, an injury, though, right, in that race?
Yes, yeah. Then that
Something
was
went
followed
wrong,
by a
obviously,
layoff,
right.
yes, for Straight No Chaser, who unfortunately has had some layoffs throughout his career and has been a little bit of a tricky horse. But coming back off the bench, he finished third behind Imagination that day at Santa Anita in the Santa Anita Sprint. It could set him up maybe to peak at the right time.
I think it could. I will say that last year's Breeders' Cup, for all the speed on paper, it didn't end up being that fast a pace up front, and it helped them. And it hurt Mulliken, who actually ran well to be third. I don't know if he's running, if he can bounce back from his bad performance last time in the Forgo, but he's obviously good enough to compete in here. As far as Imagination, I hate a horse that's a turnback the second race after the turnback, because he feels like a last time was the time, and he doesn't really have a race that's fast enough to win this. There's too many horses that are capable of running faster than him.
I always felt like Imagination was one of those horses that just never really took the next step forward to the top tier level.
He's
horses.
good. He's just not quite that good.
Yeah.
97 buyer in that comeback win, beating, among others, Straight No Chaser. We'll see for Baffert, second off a long time away. For other contenders, and what we saw here in New York, let's go back to Maggie.
That's right, Greg. As Patriot Spirit, he will try to give trainer Michael Campbell his first Breeders' Cup win. He has had others to go there, but as he has said, quote, "This horse instills so much confidence in me," and it's been that way for the past several months, even coming in to this victory in the Vosburg, in which he said that win prior to this at Colonial Downs, that visually it was so impressive that some sort of switch was flipped with this horse, who he said was always good, but now he's just become that near great horse that can just break fast, run hard, and keep going. And that kind of combination can be dangerous in the Breeders' Cup Sprint, as we have seen. So maybe a horse that is truly getting right at the right time, and it'd be a really cool story for Michael Campbell to get that first Breeders' Cup victory. Certainly endeared himself to me in that post-race interview with him, thanking his entire team, including his wife, Greg.
I'm guessing it's his first starter in the Breeders' Cup, Maggie. No, he's not. Oh, okay. I love that horse. I think he is a super cool horse. I just don't know if he's good enough to win this race.
Yeah, of course it is a question, but he just seems like such an honest, hard-knocking individual. And as Maggie said, it was so fun getting a chance to hear that interview from Michael Campbell. It seemed he was like he was giving his Oscars acceptance speech. He had so many people to thank. But really, really special, and seems like just a great, easy connections to root for.
No, I agree. I love that horse. I'll be rooting for him. I don't know what good it's going to do him, but I'll be rooting for him. I like him.
We'll talk some more Breeders' Cup contenders when we return from a timeout. New York-bred filly, Iron Orchard, stepping up in the Grade 1 Frisette. Now 3 for 3 for Danny Gargan. And Rhetorical Surprise in that turf mile at Keeneland, off a win against State Bred Company at Saratoga. Stay with us.
Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
And bid at $410,000.
There's your winner, $410,000. $400,000.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
He possessed such natural athleticism.
It is Golden Pal winning the Juvenile Turf Sprint.
He's very, very agile and quick.
Golden Pal has repelled the challenges.
Each and every race, he just got better and better.
Golden Pal broke like a rocket. Golden Pal, wire to wire.
He's a very confident horse.
Golden Pal, the lead is out to 5 lengths in deep stretch.
He's just got a brilliant mind.
They're all behind Golden Pal.
I'm going to be breeding everything I have to him.
the grand finale of the yearling sale season. 2 catalogs offering quality yearlings by the nation's top sires. A sale that has produced scary good results, with 5 Breeders' Cup wins in the last 3 years. Recent grads include Eclipse Champion and Horse of the Year, Torpedo Anna, Eclipse Champion, Soul of an Angel, and many more of the sport's current stars. The Fasig-Tipton, Kentucky October Yearling Sale, October 20th through 23rd in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be?
Spirited, strong, speedy. Just a few of the S words Rockridge owner Lorraine Visagi uses to describe the first foals of Stallion Disco Partner.
It's a horse that, with what we've seen on foals so far, there will be a lot of upside in this horse in the next couple of years once this first baby starts running.
Time flies if you're having fun or reliving Disco Partner's back-to-back wins in the Jaipur Invitational Stakes. In the 2017 running, he stopped the clock in the 6 furlong turf race in world record-setting time.
Holy mackerel!
105.67.
They're off.
When he won the Jaipur again in 2018, it had been elevated from Grade 3 to Grade 2 status.
And Disco Partner did it again.
His speed wasn't the only astonishing thing about Disco Partner.
He was actually a horse that ran 33 times, so if you ever wanted something sound, this will be the horse.
From those 33 starts, Disco Partner won 11 races, including 4 stakes, placed in 12 additional stakes, and amassed nearly $1.5 million in earnings. Disco Partner was bred by outstanding New York breeder Patricia Generazio, who is now supporting the stallion with some of her best mares.
He himself is a very balanced horse. He's not a big horse, but balance, I think, is what helped him to be so sound in his career. And you see that in a lot of his young foals, that they are balanced and they are very, very interesting. And I think you'll be very happy as they mature.
We thought they went fast in the Jaipur when his stablemate, Pure Sensation, went 106-3. Went 105-3 the following year to win it.
He was such a neat horse. And I think what I like, it's funny about he and Pure Sensation being stablemates and almost twins when you see the two of them in a race, is one of them, Pure Sensation, had blazing speed. He was dueling with Bayern in that incredible performance he put in with Woody Stevens, and Disco Partner came from dead last. They were perfect complements to each other.
They're such cool horses. Very excited to see there's now a Disco Partner Stakes at Saratoga, which is really fun to see as well. But both homebreds from Mr. and Mrs. Generazio, kind of with those deep families, and they were so much fun on the turf.
And go ahead.
No, I was going to say I just love the Generazio horses.
You start with an advantage when you're a New York bred. That's why Andy's always been playing from behind. Iron Orchard, she is a New York bred.
Where were you bred there, big boy? California?
Claiming I'm a New York bred.
I don't think any of us are New York breds.
No,
Iron Orchard
just
is a
Richie.
New York bred.
Just Richie. Yeah.
3 for 3, Grade 1 winner of the Frisette. What do you think of this performance?
I think it's impressive that she was able to change her running style to get it done as she stretched out. And I think a lot of credit for that should go to Danny Gargan. And Danny and I have butted heads on occasions, but I think he deserves a ton of credit for that and has done well with her. And the truth is, well, she hasn't been particularly fast. And I imagine Danny probably wonders how effective she's going to be as distances stretch out in 2 turns. In this year's Breeders' Cup, given what we've seen from the 2-year-old fillies, especially with Tommy Joe disappointing, even though she was put up, you got to go.
100%. I don't think there's anybody to be really terrified of. Obviously, they're 2-year-old fillies. Anybody could take a step forward at this time as well, but I give a lot of credit to Iron Orchard. Like you said, her first 2 races were sprinting against New York bred company, and she was on the lead, able to pull away. Then she stretches out to a mile against Grade 1 foes, and she comes from off of it in a tremendous ride by Joel Rosario. She was game, and she astounded me with just how much she has developed in her races, too. She took a huge step forward last time, and we'll see if she can take another step forward.
And if she had run 6th or something in here, a lot of us, probably myself included, would have been criticizing and second-guessing Danny Gargan and saying, why'd you take her speed away?
Yeah.
Why would you do that? She's so fast. Why would you do it? Well, he did it, and it worked out, and he deserves a lot of credit for that.
Bold move.
Yeah, because you can end up looking like a bit of a goat. You can look a little bit foolish. Well, he could have looked foolish. Instead, he looks like a genius, and she ran well.
Meanwhile, another New York bred stepped into the big stage at Keeneland and now is headed to the Breeders' Cup Mile. Rhetorical for Will Walden. Grade 1 win at Keeneland back on October 4th.
A first grade 1 win for Will Walden. I know a really special victory for him and his team. And this is a horse I talked to him several times about in Saratoga this summer. And he said right from the beginning, yeah, we're going to run in these New York bred races, but I'm pointing to a grade 1 and trying to get him to the Breeders' Cup Mile. And I was not that surprised to see him perform there. And also, hats off to him because he is an incredibly tough horse to handle. Usually it's Will Walden on his head. I think Rudy Brisset actually helped him saddle in the paddock because he's a really, really hard horse before his races, and his team has done an exceptional job channeling that.
And he's got him to break out of the gate because there have been times he's had his shot out of the gate. I remember his debut. I remember Andy Beyer called me after his debut and he said, they should run that New York bred in the Arc. He was, I mean, he was sort of obviously kidding, but he was talking about how incredibly impressive he was in winning his debut. Well, he didn't run in the Arc, but the day before the Arc, he won a grade 1. He's one hell of a horse.
Can't run in the Arc. He's a gelding.
Otherwise, he probably would have been in there.
He'll line up against this group.
Now we know.
Obviously, the Euros that come here, notable speech, sensational last time out.
There's a funny name in there, Acacia. Leave that up for a second. I want to ask you about his Field of Gold. Field of Gold was a brilliant Juddmonte 3-year-old who had a huge win, and I think he got a bad ride in the English Guineas, and then he got a blowout win in the Irish, and then he just destroyed Henri Matisse, who may be pointing here as well, in the St. James's Palace, and then he got hurt. Now, is he coming back and he's pointing for this race now? Because I saw him as a possible too.
I saw him as a possible. I'm not 100% sure what the plan is, but at one point, I mean, this is a horse who would have been able to absolutely pummel any of the competition, especially American Tour horses that might line up against him. We've seen John Gosden come over to the Breeders' Cup and be successful. I'm very curious to see if he ends up.
I imagine Godolphin doesn't want him to come over.
Yeah.
If he comes over, it means he's doing well, and if he's doing well, that field could be in a lot of hurt with him running.
Obladi, Oblada, even money.
Life goes on and on.
Kelly Breen, Luis Rivera Jr., the speed of the field.
The album's coming out soon.
I mean, with this horse and with pick 6 beginning here, and I have to imagine a lot of people, especially smaller tickets, are leaning heavily, if not singling here. You're kind of holding your breath at the gate.
Yeah.
When they pop the gate, if this horse breaks, he's going to be gone on the front end, and he's probably going to win. But I do think he has a real rival in the 3 Liberty Rising, who has been running against much better horses. But this performance first time was pretty good for this horse.
Did get off a bit slow, so that's the concern.
He breaks slow and awkward, and he's the gray horse back there, and then he's going to rush up on the inside. It seems like the rider kind of said, okay, let's go, and he flew up to the lead, which then it's understandable to see that he ended up tiring late as a result. Even still, when he finished 4th, I thought he actually dug in pretty well. For a first-time starter, having to use the dynamics and use himself early like he did, I thought it was a pretty valiant effort.
They weren't exactly walking up front.
Right.
If he broke, he wouldn't be in this race because he wouldn't be a maiden any longer. He's going to be tough to beat. By the way, I just heard from a friend, Field of Gold is going to run in British champions in this coming weekend in a mile, and then they're going to decide after that if they're coming to the Breeders' Cup with him. He'll run the QE2 over there. Sorry to
thanks for the update.
Thank you to David for that information.
An additional 33,900 plus and growing into this pick 6 pool as we get set for our post-break. We're going to see the speedster, the favorite, first. Here's start number 2 coming up for Obladi Oblada.
It's very simple for Luis Rivera. You got to get out of the gate, and then you're going to the front, and then you're probably trying to hold on.
18-1 next door. Cut back in distance, Dominican Thunder.
Yeah, a horse that ran at this level last time, though, going longer. We'll see if the cutback helps him.
Liberty Rising did not go well in the dirt last out.
But he was in an impossible spot. He is very clearly, in my opinion, the second likeliest winner.
80 Gold is 20-1 right now for David Donk.
Tried to make a little bit of a case for this horse, who at least was a little bit more forward last time. He showed nothing late.
Rodolphe, Kevin Baum with Katie Davis.
I guess the 52 by or 2 back in May gives this horse a chance if the favorite doesn't win.
Army Proud came from off the pace to collect 3rd.
He ran well last time out. It's just he has had his chances at this layoff level, I should say. Kind of feels like we know what he is.
And maybe if you could just forgive the debut, didn't take much money first out. Here's second start for Ethereum.
Well, he's the wild card horse in here, right? I mean, because at least he only has one start. Now, watching that race, and I'm sure Acacia did this as well, and you probably did too, Greg. He broke a little bit slowly. That bump start, it was pretty mild, and he just stopped.
I thought more than anything after the start, he was kind of climbing. He did not look comfortable early on in that race either.
And he didn't take much money that day, so it's hard to really like him, but at least he's underexposed as opposed to some in here that are completely exposed.
So 4 to 5 here. Do you want to take a second to briefly look ahead?
Yeah, I think we should,
All right,
right?
let's do
I
it.
mean, I know the fourth race seems competitive. Acacia, I think you like the one English.
Yes.
Hassel, who I had picked third. I think Jurisprudence, the 4, is a horse to beat in there. I like LaChase. Yeah, I like LaChase. Good. I'm glad to hear you like that horse too, Greg, as I do respect your opinion a lot. So I'd probably be 4 and 6, little 1 somewhere in there.
I want the 7 as well.
Yeah, he can win. He can win. It depends what your bankroll is and how much you're betting. Race 5, what are you guys doing there?
I thought the 4 Paz the soy sauce. He ran well 2 starts back, showing the speed off of a layoff. He's a horse that I know they've wanted to be on the turf. He will have to turn things around, and I agree with you on Trinity River cutting back.
What do you have an opinion here,
Hello
Greg?
Newman, I thought was interesting. It's a tough race. I would want some coverage.
Yeah.
But the ones you mentioned.
I like Trinity River, and I'll tell you something. Every one of the 8, 9, and 10 firsters has significant pedigree, significant turf pedigree. And I think Big Timer is one that you want to at least pay a little bit of attention to, though believe it or not, actually, looking at doubles, oh, that's the 5th race. I'm sorry. I'm looking at wrong races. What about the 6th race? This race, to me, is wide open.
For me, it was about Bear Claw Necklace, seeing if you could build off of that second place finish. But if he doesn't necessarily fire, I think you could make a case for anybody beyond that.
Greg?
Yeah, he's definitely dangerous. I think Trust Issues is much the horse to beat, though.
Yeah, he just doesn't win that off with the 5 seconds. I like Uncle Jim, but I think this is a very tricky race. I am scared of Captain Jack Sparrow off the Claim by the Notas. They've been moving horses up. I think this is a small field, but I had a trouble. To me, this was like this horse race was covered in butter, and I was trying to hold it in my hands. I couldn't get a handle on this race, and I really think just about anyone can win. Yeah. I mean, the 7th race, is there anybody in the 7th race you go, this horse is the horse to beat?
No.
It's a race you want coverage, but if you had to pick one, who would it be?
Well, I have a horse that's a good horse for me to bet on the race. I'm not sure how much I want to invest in the pick 6 on, in Vino Samara on the outside, who got a ridiculous trip against Tougher last time out. But I think that the 4 is dangerous, Sopernant Coca. I don't think the 2, Lotus Petal's impossible. Keisha, I know you like the 4 a little. I don't think the 8's impossible. I don't like the rider.
6 a bit.
The 6 you like?
Yes, I think the 4 is a major player. I wanted to give the 6 one more chance, picking up Kendra Carmouche and seeing if she could be a bit more forward, but she's certainly no great shakes as far as one to lean on.
And then to close it out, we're going to be back on for that finale. Real quick, race 8, 6 furlongs, spring on the turf.
It's going to be hard for people to make it through that 2 hours without us. I mean, this is not an easy race either. I think any of the 1, the 2, the 4, the 5, there's pedigree. I like the 9 a little bit.
I like the 9.
In case you went to the 11, the firster. So there are a lot of horses who go in that race. There are a lot of unknowns in there for good trainers with pedigree.
Absolutely.
All right, let's go downstairs to Maggie.
Back to this fine affair as we will check in with number 1, Obladi Oblada, as my man is really sway back. It's a confirmation fault, and not to say that it's going to prohibit him from running well here, but it is pronounced. You can't see it quite as much with the saddle and the bridle on, but just really sway backed. And, you know, you kind of question how long a horse's career will ultimately be because of that, and how well their mechanics are, how good their mechanics are, I should say. So that's one thing that kind of deterred me on paper. He is by far and away the horse to beat, especially when you go back and watch a replay of his first race. And good to see Kelly Breen, his trainer, here in the paddock. So just because I said, why not be different? And I'm going to take number 6, Army Proud, who I have tried throughout his whole career to get to the winner's circle. Still haven't gotten there yet. I'm going to keep trying. He just physically looks by far the best of any of these horses in here, and sometimes it's about who you're meeting. So I didn't love the fact that he finished up on his wrong lead last time, but he did get an excellent warm-up here from Christopher Elliott, obviously relatively speaking to the rest of the horses on the track in this field. So yes, obla-di, obla-da, a little bit under the gun to get to the lead today, to break efficiently. You wonder if that confirmation fault prohibits him from really kind of launching himself forward and getting that propulsion out of the gate, but we'll see. I'll take, yes, one that's had many chances, but just looks best on the day, Greg.
All right, and 5-2, second choice on Army Proud, the 6, 0 for 8 for Joe Sharp. Favorite, though, the one to catch from the rail.
This is a race where, bless you, where the start is the start's always important in races, but particularly here with a heavy favorite and a horse people are leaning on, the pick 6.
Who did not get out good first time out.
Right. And not, breaking a half slow, breaking legitimately a length and a half to 2 lengths slow, and now you draw the rail. I can imagine that Kelly Breen was not thrilled to draw the rail in here, but a lot of times horses that break badly first time are so much more professional in their second start, much more often than not.
100%. And it's interesting, as the favorite, I was just looking through my notes as Maggie mentioned this horse being swayback, and you can kind of get a look of it there. There's the 2-year-old filly, One Holy Roller, that's the sister, and I just looked at my notes, and she's also swayback. So it's something in the pedigree. And I think why Maggie brings it up, too, is because sometimes with those physicalities, it's just harder to strengthen their top line and their hind end, which is what they use to get out of the gate. So it could have been something that maybe impacted that slow start first time out. You'd imagine he should be stronger second time.
Mike Hushin trained a very good sprinter years ago named Reappeal that Richie used to ride, and that horse was a swayback. And I remember Mike taking me into the stall one day. I was in the backstretch with my old girlfriend Hillary, and we were in the backstretch, and he took both of us in to see him as a swayback. So I'd never seen one before. I mean, it was a long time ago, and I'm not like you guys. I don't spend a lot of time in the backstretch, and it was really pretty cool. And he was a tremendous horse.
But you know what the thing about them is you can get very comfortable in the middle of them. We always kind of joke. There's a filly of my husband's that's quite swayback, and we always joke with the exercise rider and say that you're not going to fall off easily on that one.
It's a natural saddle, kind of.
Exactly.
Yeah.
6-5. You surprised that this one's holding up above even money?
To be honest, a little bit. I wouldn't have been surprised this horse was 3-5.
Yeah.
I mean, this is the right field for a horse to be a super short price, right?
Yeah.
I mean, listen, you're still dealing with a lower level horse that debuted for maiden 25, and I have to imagine a lot of people rightfully are concerned he's going to get left again. And the other thing, he got left in the middle of the pack last time. You get left today from the rail, and they're waiting for it. They're going to come over. So if he gets left today, it might be a little bit harder for him to make the lead. Yeah.
I'm sure they were
if
not
you're
thrilled
Manny
to throw the
Franco,
rail.
you are looking. If you're any of these other riders, you're looking. You're thinking, this horse gets left, I am coming over. I am shutting that door, as they should.
So Luis Rivera Jr., the job is clear. Got to get out if you want to establish position to be on the front end, because no one will make life easy for you down on the inside here as we get set for this pick 6 carryover. $73,697 additional put into this pool. It starts here. The big favorite, Chris Griffin, to get us started.
Dominican Thunder steps forward. Here is Liberty Rising. Next to move in. Start of the pick 6 this afternoon. Next in will be 80 Gold. Jimmy Rodriguez aboard. 3 out, Ridolfi. Katie Davis, Army Proud. Christopher Elliott. One more to the outside, Ethereum. Jose Gomez. Moving forward. Hesitates briefly, start of the pick 6. Goes in, Ethereum, all set. And they're off. Speed from the outside, Army Proud, and here comes Obladi Oblada. At the rail is the gray, under a snug hold. Obladi Oblada is the leader. Company towards the outside here from 80 Gold, and Army Proud in that early mix. Rodolphe is trying to hold that position, and very wide is going to be Ethereum. Just in behind them, Liberty Rising, and the trailer, Dominican Thunder. It's a lineup in behind the lone leader, who's under a very snug hold early. Obladi Oblada. Luis Rivera Jr. looking over his right shoulder, looking for company, 22.24 for that opening quarter mile. Army Proud is in pursuit, is now alone in second. At the rail, that's 80 Gold. Jamie Rodriguez starting to move forward there with Ethereum towards the outside. Liberty Rising starts to move from the back, tailing off Rodolphe, and the trailer, Dominican Thunder. It's been a gallop so far, 45.43 for Obladi Oblada, who reaches the top of the stretch, has not been cut loose. To the inside, it's 80 Gold. To the outside, it's Army Proud. It is Obladi Oblada, who is patiently ridden, now gets the cue and starts to kick away from this field. Is approaching a final furlong, and they're all chasing Obladi Oblada. Obladi Oblada is up by 4 widening lengths here, has a 16th left to go. Obladi Oblada, 6-5. Your pick 6 probably goes on. Obladi Oblada gets the victory. Army Proud second, then Liberty Rising, and Ethereum in 1 minute 17.29 seconds.
Desmond has a barrow in the marketplace.
Wow.
Next line.
That was that was
6-5. You were just saying this as Obladi Oblada won. This was probably an overlay.
We see horses go off at shorter price than 6-5 in tough competitive races, and in a way, you were taking whatever price it was that he broke.
Yeah.
And when this horse broke, maybe a hundredth of a horse slow, but Luis just nursed him along in the front end, and no surprise, he was much the best.
But he broke so much better today than first time out as well. And he was able to get comfortable and pull away from his company there. It looked like he was maybe trying to get out a little bit, or Luis was holding on to him. I'm not sure, but he was not completely settled with his hands before coming into the stretch. But then once he gave him his head, he kicked on late there, much the best. Army Proud running on for second. Liberty Rising was off the pace and just never really looked like he got into stride until late.
Well, he steadied out around the 3/8 pole inside of horses, and it cost him second. He was never winning, but it absolutely cost him second here when he steadied out. If you watch again, you'll see around the turn, he steadies out, probably the break of the turn.
Minorly bumped out of the gate, but not an issue. Able to get to the front, extends that lead in the stretch, and a 6-5 favor. That is pretty generous to get 6-5 on a horse who looked like a massive standout to start this pick 6 carryover. So formful beginning with a long way to go, and the late pick 5 next. 1, 6, 3, 7 here in race 3. Kelly Breen, Luis Rivera Jr., Obladi Oblada to kick things off.
But it's all Pinehurst.
Grade 1 winner at 2.
Very impressive in the runaway Delmore Futurity.
Graded stakes winner at 3.
Pinehurst so gutsy.
The highest earning son of Twirling Candy.
Pinehurst lasted home to win it for the United States.
Bred on the same cross as Gunrunner. Pinehurst, standing at Womack.
Back with you on our Friday coverage here on Fox Sports 2. You're watching America's Day at the Races, and it is Obladi Oblada to kick off the pick six as the favorite gate to wire for the win.
I mean, I would say winning like a 6-5 shot should. Winning like a 2-5 shot should.
It was dominant. And just really opens up from here, and it's no contest. Once he broke sharp, it seemed like it was over.
Yeah, he broke far better today than he did first time out as well. Able to control things. He was just the best horse in the race, facing New York breds for the first time as well. And I would have thought he'd be a shorter price, but hey, got the job done. And if you used him, as I'm sure many did, in the first leg of the pick six, on to the next.
He almost paid $480.
If you used more than him, though, you're probably feeling pretty bad right now because
well,
he was that easy to have.
You're probably
and
glad you're alive.
Look, it gets incredibly difficult from here.
Yeah.
Right. I think one of the reasons this horse particularly became single for a lot of people is how difficult the sequence was. And by, listen, you use two here and you double your ticket. If that's the way you're playing, you can't use a lot of different horses. You might want to use in other races. So he worked out as a single, I'm sure, for many people.
We are back for round two of our coverage. Again, 4:30 Eastern start time on Fox Sports 2. We're going to bring you the nightcap to close out this pick six carryover. 6 furlong sprinting on the grass, maiden special weight, and Delightful Darling had a couple of goes sprinting on the turf, and we'll add blinkers from our Cassie.
But I worry about this horse getting the 6 furlongs. I get that he ran pretty well in a good field last start, but I worry about her getting that. And I don't think this race is devoid of speed.
She's faced some good horses, but she just has not been able to seal the deal as of yet. See what she can do with the blinkers on, if that will help her. But I think this might be some of the deeper waters and at least the furthest that she's gone.
You mentioned earlier Bramble Blast, the 9. I'm really intrigued by that filly, too. She's cutting back in distance, and she had to face Snow-Faced Princess in the Bolton Landing in her second start.
This is the first time she's run in a sensible spot since her debut.
Agreed. 8-1 morning line. Rudy Rodriguez, a couple of wins yesterday. He's got the Speedy Bella Rosa on the rail as well. Intriguing race to close it out. We'll see how many upsets we get along the way to see if, who knows, even though a favorite to start it, potentially we have a 2-day pick six carryover.
And you really have to tune back in at 4:30 because the possibility exists that Greg will be singing all of Obladi Oblada, so you don't want to miss that.
He's going to go practice
We're expecting to have our highest viewership ever.
Who knew Greg Wolf was a crooner?
I said I would release the video tonight.
And but you only have to listen to us for 30 minutes, so you have no excuse for not tuning in.
Back at 4:30 Eastern, we will see you then. Race 2, launch control. Gate to wire under Ricardo Santana Jr. Somehow you get 4-1 on this horse. Coming up over the weekend, Major Dude, graded stakes winner, Millionaire. We'll see him in the Artie Schiller. And Love Cervere for Miguel Clement. We'll see in the Glen Cove, 2-time stakes winner, trying to add another. See you at 4:30.
To main 2, get it at your out, 250, 18, even to get him 250, down to get him 50, I guess not, even to get down to get him 50, hit it at once, even to get down to get him to get all they know down, but a very good twice, even to get down to get a third and final call, to main 250 and a half. Roger, you win today, to main 2, thank you.
9.5. Thank you, in the back, $1,900,000, thank you. $1,700,000, Jody, thank you.
Please hold your applause.
Zaccheo, Flatterer, Flat Top, McDynamo, Goodnight Shirt, Snap Decision, legends that have defined steeplechasing's finest hour. For over a century, the Far Hills Race Meeting has set the gold standard for racing. On October 18th, the tradition continues at Moreland Farm. Come be a part of the pageantry, beauty, and excitement of steeplechase racing's biggest day. Tickets are available now at farhillsrace.org.
An Eclipse champion by leading young sire Not This Time. Up to the Mark made an impression in the sales ring, bringing $450,000. He then left his mark on the racetrack, a debut winner at Saratoga, before compiling 3 consecutive Grade 1 wins in the Turf Classic at Churchill Downs, the Manhattan Stakes at Belmont, and the Turf Mile at Keeneland. Up to the Mark now seeks to leave his mark as a stallion, standing at Lane's End.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen. every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Introducing a stallion as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus buyer speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Saturday on America's Day at the Races, join Maggie Wolfendale on track live for the 40th edition of Jim McKay Maryland Million Day from Laurel Park. Back-to-back stakes races, including the Maryland Million Classic. Coverage begins noon Eastern on FS2.
Weekends are for winners at Naira Bets. Opt into the Late Pick 5 hit and split bonuses to claim your share of $5,000 every Friday through Sunday. $5,000 hit and splits every weekend when you bet with Naira Bets.
Horses step on the track here for today's fourth race. Race 4, 6 minutes away. Today's fourth, a mile and an eighth, inner turf. Started late pick 5. Race 4, 6 minutes. Horses stepping on the turf course, approaching the gate for race 4. Horses are at the gate. It's post time for today's 4th. Ennistown. English Castle's in. Jurisprudence. Salt Spartan. Start of the late pick 5. Jurisprudence. Kulipat. Kulipat stepping forward. Lachaise. Lachaise. Hamilton's Way. Last to load. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Breaking outward with Salt Spartan. Now straightens up. Ennistown's got speed at the rail. English Castle. English Castle has the front, is now up by a neck. Salt Spartan will apply mild pressure towards the outside. They're well out in the center of the course with Ennistown joining them. Ennistown, tough to handle early, is very keen, wants to move forward from 3rd. At the rail is Lachaise. More settled, is in the 4th position. At the rail is still tough to handle as Ennistown as they work towards that turn now. Back there in 5th comes Hamilton's Way. Manny Franco is comfortable with that spot. To the outside here, Jurisprudence and the Triller, Kulipat. The leader is English Castle. Ricardo Santana Jr. on the front end with English Castle is just moving right along, is up by 3/4 of a length. Salt Spartan is tracking right there from 2nd. Ennistown continues to be hard to handle out in the center of the course in 3rd. At the rail moving forward is Lachaise and Javier Castellano. They have now taken that 3rd position away. Hamilton's Way in between horses. At the rail, Jurisprudence, and the Triller is Kulipat. 49 seconds flat for a tepid half-mile time. English Castle trying to take them all the way. English Castle will take them into the far turn. Salt Spartan with the pressure towards the outside. Here comes Lachaise. Ground-saving journey towards the inside, and Ennistown is starting to make a run here from 4th. Jurisprudence is now weighted with. In behind horses, nowhere to go yet. Hamilton's Way out wider. Kulipat is going to have to pass them all. They approach the top of the lane, and Salt Spartan takes it right to English Castle, and these two now head and head as they are at the top of the lane together. Lachaise is off the rail, is in pursuit, and here comes Lachaise and Castellano. They're 3 wide, and they're coming right after these top 2. Ennistown is trying to rally on. Kulipat from way out of it. Orange cap, blue silks down towards the inside. Lachaise is in front inside the final 16th. Lachaise got the jump and got the victory. Lachaise wins it over Kulipat in a photo with Hamilton's Way. Then another photo that's Salt Spartan with Ennistown at 1 minute 49.49 seconds. Order finish. First to 6, the Chase. Second, the 7, Hamilton's Way. Third, the 5, Coulapat. And fourth, the 2, Ennistown. 6, 7, 5, 2 in race 4. Into the winner's circle. Winner of today's 4th race, the 6, Le Chase. He's a 5-year-old Ridgeling, bred in New York by Oscar Performance out of Elusive Rumor. Winning owner and breeder, Larry Goishman. Winning trainer, Safi Joseph Jr. and the winning jockey, Javier Castellano. Hall of Famer, Javier Castellano with the victory on the 6, Le Chase. 6, 7, 5, 2. Race official, $1 exacta 6-7, $20.32. The double, $24.69. Quinella, $11.60, and trifecta, $75.46. The superfecta, $632.18, and pick 3, $85.56. Running time, 1 minute 49.49 seconds. Coming up, it's race 5. Today's 5th race started the late pick 4. Race 5 in 23 minutes. They're off. Breaking outward with Salt Spartan. Now straightens up. Ennistown's got speed at the rail. English Castle. English Castle has the front, is now up by a neck. Salt Spartan will apply mild pressure towards the outside. They're well out in the center of the course with Ennistown joining them. Ennistown, tough to handle early, is very keen, wants to move forward from 3rd. At the rail is Lachey's. More settled, is in the 4th position. At the rail is still tough to handle as Ennistown as they work towards that turn now. Back there in 5th comes Hamilton's Way. Manny Franco is comfortable with that spot. To the outside here, Jurisprudence and the Triller, Coulapat. The leader is English Castle. Ricardo Santana Jr. on the front end with English Castle is just moving right along, is up by 3/4 of a length. Salt Spartan is tracking right there from second. Ennistown continues to be hard to handle out in the center of the course in third. At the rail moving forward is Lachase and Javier Castellano. They have now taken that third position away. Hamilton's way in between horses. At the rail, Jurisprudence, and the trailer is Coolapat. 49 seconds flat for a tepid half-mile time. English Castle trying to take them all the way. English Castle will take them into the far turn. Salt Spartan with the pressure towards the outside. Here comes Lachase. Ground-saving journey towards the inside, and Ennistown is starting to make a run here from fourth. Jurisprudence is now weighted with. In behind horses, nowhere to go yet. Hamilton's way out wider. Coolapat is going to have to pass them all. They approach the top of the lane, and Salt Spartan takes it right to English Castle, and these two now head and head as they are at the top of the lane together. Lachase is off the rail, is in pursuit, and here comes Lachase and Castellano. They're 3 wide, and they're coming right after these top two. Ennistown is trying to rally on. Coolapat from way out of it. Orange cap, blue silks down towards the inside. Lachase is in front inside the final 16th. Lachase got the jump and got the victory. Lachase wins it over Coolapat in a photo with Hamilton's Way. Then another photo that's Salt Spartan with Ennistown at 1 minute 49.49 seconds.
Zaccheo, Flatterer, Flat Top, McDynamo, Goodnight Shirt, Snap Decision, legends that have defined steeplechasing's finest hour. For over a century, the Far Hills Race Meeting has set the gold standard for racing. On October 18th, the tradition continues at Moreland Farm. Come be a part of the pageantry, beauty, and excitement of steeplechase racing's biggest day. Tickets are available now at farhillsrace.org.
A dynasty in motion, reshaping the sport's greatest tradition, channeling the legends of his line and surpassing them. 4 of the last 6 Derby winners carry his genes. A Golden Son, a Horse of the Year. Another chapter written beneath those iconic spires. Derby dreams fulfilled for the titans of our industry. From authentic to sovereignty, a legacy both real and supreme. Into mischief.
Now's the time to subscribe to the Naira Bets YouTube channel. Join Matthew DeSantis and Kaylee Shapiro for stakes previews, in-depth analysis, and handicapping strategy and tutorials. Subscribe to and like Naira Bets on YouTube.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
Race 5 coming up next here, Belmont at the Big A. 6 furlongs sprinting on the turf. A New York bred maiden claiming for $50,000 up next here. As we have several horses that have faced each other recently, beginning with the horse that's currently your 5-2 favorite and Paz the Soy Sauce. I thought out of that July 17th race, this is the one that I would want, as he had been a horse that was off of a layoff coming into that spot, his first time on the grass, one with plenty of turf breeding, and I know Connection said wanted to get him onto the turf for quite some time, but he'd been rained off several times as well. He did show speed and he ran a good fourth that day, just narrowly beaten, also his first start with blinkers. Then he came back in his second race. He was forward last time out, pressing the pace setter, and he did end up fading. It is now his third start of the form cycle, third start off the layoff, and as I said, he's a horse that I think is a turf sprinter, wanted to give him one more chance, and one that I thought had a bit more upside, having faced some others in that July 17th start. Now looking at a couple of others, the number 7, Trinity River, kind of a new face to this group, as he does cut back in distance for Linda Rice. So this is a horse that came back off the layoff last time out, and I just really thought he needed to strengthen off the bench, as he is a horse that sometimes can just do a lot prior to his races. He can be a bit over the top. He can be a bit hard to handle. Now, coming back, he was pretty antsy. He did get hot, and likely all things suggesting that he needed a race. Coming back into this one, as he was drawn outside last time too, he's going to cut back in distance, looking like he's acting pretty well in the paddock. But he is such an angular type of build, a very tall and leggy individual. Looks like one who should appreciate more distance, but I'm wondering if the way that he acts and the way that he does run, he will appreciate getting to go a bit shorter. He also was 4 wide pressing last time, just not really an ideal trip for him. And I think at 5-1, definitely an intriguing prospect on the cutback. The number 3, Hello Newman, is one that's cutting back in distance as well, though his best race did come, or at least best finish, did come when sprinting on the turf. His lone turf sprint race 2 starts back, where he finished just a neck in that Film Academy race that Ori and Paz the Soy Sauce come out of as well. That was also his first start with blinkers. He was between horses at the end of that race, 2 back, and he ran on pretty well. Last time out, he did get bumped pretty hard on either side at the beginning of the race. So one that I think is intriguing cutting back in distance. I've wanted to give him some shots all along and see if he could step forward, as there's Junior Alvarado, who's going to be in the saddle. The number 2, Ori, getting back to the turf. He makes a lot of sense. He's run consistent races, just certainly not a winning type. Intriguing first-time starters to the outside in the 8 Big Timer and the 9 Until Last Call, both of whom have a lot of turf pedigree, being have to stakes-winning turf horses. Especially the 9, pretty cold on the board right now. We'll see if the firsters can get the job done, or maybe it will be somebody like Paz the Soy Sauce, a tried and true turf sprinter, coming up as they head out for race 5.
Horses step on the track here for today's 5th race. Race 5 is 7 minutes away. Today's 5th, 6 furlongs outer turf. Race 5, 7 minutes. Horses stepping on the turf course, approaching the gate for race 5. Horses are at the gate. It's post time. Post time for today's 5th race. Started late pick 4 this afternoon. Wind Dancer goes in, so does Strobe Light. Ori, Trinity River, Hello Newman, Big Timer, Paz the Soy Sauce, Big Timer goes in, Charlton's Finest, Charleston's Finest is in, Until Last Call, Until Last Call goes in, Sammy C Note, last to load. All set. And they're off. Speed from the outside here. Sammy C Note is right there with the early lead. Also now towards the inside, here's Paz the Soy Sauce. Trying to join this leader's Big Timer Until Last Call. That's the leading trio. Sammy C Note tucks in behind them as a close-up 4th. At the rail, that's Strobe Light in 5th. Back in 6th is going to be Wind Dancer, followed to the outside by Trinity River in 7th. Then in 8th, that's Charleston's Finest. Back there in 9th comes Hello Newman. And the trailer is Ori. They work into the far turn. The leader, Paz the Soy Sauce. Paz the Soy Sauce is in front, is up by a half length. Until Last Call in full pursuit. Right behind them, that's Big Timer. Patiently ridden 3rd, just waiting for a seam. Sammy C Note is ranging up on the outside. Trinity River starts to warm to the task. Is now taken 5th, is going to swing out wide. They reach the top of the lane. The leader is Paz the Soy Sauce, and Paz the Soy Sauce trying to hold off the charge. A Big Timer in between horses. Sammy C Note on the grandstand side has some momentum too. Big Timer got the jump for Manny Franco and is extending that stride and opening up. Big Timer inside the final 16th. Big Timer will win it. Big Timer wins it over Sammy C Note. Then came Wind Dancer and Ori at 1 minute 9.12 seconds. Order finish. First the 8, Big Timer. Second the 10, Semi C Note. Third the 1, Wind Dancer. Fourth the 2, Ori. 8-10, 1-2 in race 5. Running time, 1 minute 9.12. Into the winner's circle, the winner of today's 5th race, the 8, Big Timer. He's a 3-year-old gelding bred in New York by City of Light out of Masana. Winning owners, Ice Wine Stable, Lindy Farms. Winning trainer, Phil Antonacci. The winning jockey, Manny Franco. 8-10, 1-2 in race 5. Big Timer, bred in New York by Money Market Breeders and M&M Racing. Race 5 is official. $1 exacta 8-10, $246.90. The double 6-8, $46.53. And trifecta $1,729.53. Superfecta $9,468.72. And pick 3, $237.42. Pick 4, $459.02. That pick 5, early pick 5, comes back $2,230.15. Running time, 1 minute 9.12. Coming up, it's race 6. Today's 6th race. Started late pick 3. Race 6 in 24 minutes. And they're off. Speed from the outside here. Sammy C-Note is right there with the early lead. Also now towards the inside, here's Paz the Soy Sauce, trying to join this leader's big timer Until Last Call. That's the leading trio. Sammy C-Note tucks in behind them as a close-up fourth. At the rail, that's Strobe Light in fifth. Back in sixth is going to be Wind Dancers, followed to the outside by Trinity River in seventh. Then in eighth, that's Charleston's Finest. Back there in ninth comes Hello Newman, and the trailer is Ori. They work into the far turn. The leader, Paz the Soy Sauce. Paz the Soy Sauce is in front, is up by a half length. Until Last Call in full pursuit. Right behind them, that's Big Timer. Patiently ridden third, just waiting for a seam. Sammy C-Note is ranging up on the outside. Trinity River starts to warm to the task. Is now taken fifth, is going to swing out wide. They reach the top of the lane. The leader is Paz the Soy Sauce, and Paz the Soy Sauce trying to hold off the charge. A Big Timer in between horses. Sammy C-Note on the grandstand side has some momentum too. Big Timer got the jump for Manny Franco and is extending that stride and opening up. Big Timer inside the final 16th. Big Timer will win it. Big Timer wins it over Sammy C-Note. Then came Wind Dancer and Ori at 1 minute 9.12 seconds.
2025 Global Symposium on Racing. It's the premier networking event of the year. Connect with the who's who of racing. Collaborate face-to-face with key decision makers. Be a part of the international conversation. Discover the latest technology and innovation. Join us December 8th through 10th. Register at racingsymposium.com.
Adelphi Racing Club offers the unparalleled excitement of owning thoroughbred racehorses at a fraction of the cost. We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Our New York-based high-performing equine athletes, trainers, and jockeys compete and win at the highest level circuits. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference, and let's win races together.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Horses step on the track for today's sixth race. Race 6, 7 minutes away. Started late pick 3. Race 6, 6.5 furlongs. Race 6 in 7 minutes. Approaching the gate for race 6. Field moving in. There's Bear Claw Necklace. Mozambique. 3 Bs is in. Captain Jack Sparrow. Uncle Jim. Trust Issues to the outside. Trust Issues goes in. All set. And they're off. Speed towards the inside from Bear Claw Necklace, right out towards the front, and here's Trust Issues to join them. And now Trust Issues will glide to the lead, is up by a length and a half. Bear Claw Necklace is now taken back as forward momentum from Uncle Jim. Now secures the second position with At the Rail. That's Bear Claw Necklace, and just behind them, Mozambique is ridden along to keep up. That's the leading 4 with Trust Issues showing the way. The 2 at the back, 3 Bs, and Captain Jack Sparrow, 22.58 for the opening quarter mile. Trust Issues has the lead. Trust Issues and Christopher Elliott into the far turn, up by a half length. Here comes Uncle Jim in pursuit for Kendra Carmouche. Moves in closer now within ahead of the leader. Mozambique. Ruben Silvera says go now here. 3 wide with Mozambique. Bear Claw Necklace is down towards the inside, trying to rally on Captain Jack Sparrow. And tailing off at the back, that's 3 Bs. They approach the top of the stretch, and Trust Issues has been there throughout. Trust Issues hugs the rail and kicks for home, and Trust Issues finds plenty so far. Uncle Jim continues to give chase here from second. Mozambique is trying to rally on center of the racetrack. A furlong left to go. Trust Issues trying to hold him off. It's still Trust Issues with a nice cushion. A 16th left to go. Trust Issues is almost there. Trust Issues with the victory. Mozambique up for second. Uncle Jim and 3 Bs from far back in 1 minute 15.75 seconds. Into the winner circle. Winner of today's 6th race, the 6th, Trust Issues. He's a 4-year-old gelding, bred in Kentucky by Enticed out of Indian Sea. Winning owners, Bellevue Racing Stable. Winning trainers, Rob Atris. The winning jockey, Christopher Elliott. 6'3", 5'1", in race 6. Running time, 1 minute 15.75. Exacta 6-3, $24.09. The double, $47.26. Trifecta, $43.73. And Superfecta, $275.92. The pick three, $216.88. And running time, 1 minute 15.75. Coming up, race 7. Today's 7th race is 22 minutes away. Race 7 is next. And they're off. Speed towards the inside from Bear Claw Necklace, right out towards the front, and here's Trust Issues to join them. And now Trust Issues will glide to the lead, is up by a length and a half. Bear Claw Necklace is now taken back as forward momentum from Uncle Jim. Now secures the second position with At the Rail. That's Bear Claw Necklace, and just behind them, Mozambique is ridden along to keep up. That's the leading four with Trust Issues showing the way. The two at the back, 3Bs, and Captain Jack Sparrow, 22.58 for the opening quarter mile. Trust Issues has the lead. Trust Issues and Christopher Elliott into the far turn, up by a half length. Here comes Uncle Jim in pursuit for Kendra Carmouche. Moves in closer now within ahead of the leader. Mozambique. Ruben Silvera says go now here. 3 wide with Mozambique. Bear Claw Necklace is down towards the inside, trying to rally on Captain Jack Sparrow. And tailing off at the back, that's 3Bs. They approach the top of the stretch, and Trust Issues has been there throughout. Trust Issues hugs the rail and kicks for home, and Trust Issues finds plenty so far. Uncle Jim continues to give chase here from second. Mozambique is trying to rally on center of the racetrack. A furlong left to go. Trust Issues trying to hold him off. It's still Trust Issues with a nice cushion. A 16th left to go. Trust Issues is almost there. Trust Issues with the victory. Mozambique up for second. Uncle Jim and 3Bs from far back in 1 minute 15.75 seconds.
You're never more here than when you're here. Here is more than just a horse race. Here is where you want to be. And here's the horse that's going to make it happen.
They're off in the Breeders' Cup.
Here she is, coming around the final turn, making sure that this year, you won't be anywhere else, but here.
A reputation of excellence isn't built overnight. Day by day, year by year, decade after decade. For over 100 years, Claiborne's commitment to quality has led to unrivaled success. Building on the past, building for the future. Claiborne Farm. The tradition continues.
Saturday on America's Day at the Races, join Maggie Wolfendale on track live for the 40th edition of Jim McKay Maryland Million Day from Laurel Park. Back-to-back stakes races, including the Maryland Million Classic. Coverage begins noon Eastern on FS2.
Horses step on the track here for today's 7th race. Race 7, 7 minutes away. Today's 7th, started a late double. Race 7, mile and 16th, inner turf in 7 minutes. Approach the gate for race 7. Horses are at the gate. It's post time for today's 7th. Set to go 1.16 miles, inner turf. Bunny Honey goes in. Lotus Petal. Authenticate Now is in. From Hello. Ruby Hamilton. Supranant Coca. Island Fox goes in. Rittershins. Vino Samara. All set. And they're off. Supranon Coca has got early speed right in between horses. Authenticate Now. Authenticate Now. And the red cap of Lotus Petal, they're up front. It's going to be Authenticate Now. And Kendra Carmouche to show the way early. From the outside, Temple City Taboo will now join that leader. Is going to stalk from second tightly at the rail. That's Lotus Petal is now a shared third with a lineup of From Hello in between horses in the yellow cap and a wide run here from Vino Samara. So they're 3 across the race course here and making the turn a little tighter against the rail. That's Authenticate Now. Authenticate Now is in front, is up by a half length with Vino Samara in pursuit. At the rail, a patiently ridden Lotus Petal, Javier Castellano, they're in third and losing a position there. Came Temple City Taboos back to fourth. Wide run for From Hello. Katie Davis, center of the race course. Just behind them comes Supranant Coca. Then comes Island Fox, and then towards the back end of the field comes Ruby Hamilton, second to last Vittershins, and the trailer is Bunny Honey. 47-4 for the half-mile time. Authenticate Now is still in front. Vino Samara with the pressure towards the outside. At the rail, Lotus Petal is looking for a seam, and between horses, Supranant Coca starts to move forward from fourth. Out wider, there comes Temple City Taboo, who's trying to keep up. Just behind them, Ruby Hamilton's made up a lot of ground. In traffic now, Island Fox, From Hello, Vittershins, and the trailer, Bunny Honey. 112 flat for 3/4 mile. They reach the top of the lane, and Supranant Coca has now thrust to the front and sprinting away. Supranant Coca, confident look back here from Santana, quickly up by 3 in the center of the course and is gliding away. Up into second, here comes Lotus Petal to the outside of Vino Samara. Ruby Hamilton late, but inside the final 16th, no doubt about the winner. Supranant Coca is going to win this one in dominating fashion. Lotus Petal second, then came Vino Samara, and Ruby Hamilton in 1:41.4.
Going to be with you round 2 of our coverage from South Ozone Park, New York, Belmont at the Big A. You're watching America's Day at the Races as we get set for the nightcap to close out a Pick 6 carryover card. We'll close things out sprinting on the grass, maiden special weight. Everyone trying to get that first win of their career in this finale. Greg Wolf, New York Racing Association. Handicapper Andy Serling. Good to see you as we close things out here on this Friday card.
Yeah, not an easy race to close it out if you've navigated the Pick 6, and it was certainly navigatable, starting out with a very logical single type and fairly logical horses, maybe with a first-time star that are tough for some people in the other legs. But see what they're paying, and we'll see if everybody's covered in here because this race is a crapshoot.
Yes, it is. We'll get to that in a moment. We'll look at some weekend action coming up, some strong card on Saturday. Couple of graded stakes as well. You can play all the action right there at Naira Bets. Get signed up if you have not already. The offer, that $200 deposit match new customer bonus when you punch in that code and sign up. Match 200 and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. We'll get right to the weekend preview coming up since we have a moment. Grade 3, Glen Cove, 6 furlongs for 3-year-old fillies in a purse of $175,000. Top 3 finishers from the Galway return, including Pop Idol, who went gate to wire. Kind of a surprise that day for George Weaver at 17-1. And then she had to battle head and head every step of the way at Woodbine. She had no chance to win that race.
So she had the work for it last time. It didn't work out. She was somehow allowed to control this race. I don't know what everybody else was thinking because she was not the clear speed on paper. She was able to do it. It's not like she went slow, but she had comfortable in the front end, and she was able to hold off Abiento, who ran second, who probably ran the best race. Now we'll see what the pace plays out, but if she can get a similar type trip, she certainly can win.
Even Love Surveyor ran very good, made a huge move. Did you feel moved a little early, potentially?
Maybe, but it's hard to, what are you going to do when a horse is wiring the field like that? So Pop Idol really had everything her own way. I think Love Surveyor is good. I think Abiento is good. I'm a little interested in Me Governor in this race. I thought was coming in here. Might be a little sneaky.
Yeah, for Carlos David, who might be pressing things early with Pop Idol with Ricardo Santana Jr. aboard. We also have the Artie Schiller a little bit earlier on in the card, and a horse who has had all kinds of success on this circuit. Big Everest, $733,000 in earnings, 5-time winner on this racetrack. But Major Dude, there's no question the one to beat, even money in the morning line.
Yeah, he's been keeping some very strong company and consistently running well. Now in this race, he's not going to beat redistricting. To be fair, he had everything his own way. He was on a very good rail. The rail's down to 0 at Monmouth that day, and the rail was strong. He's just not the kind of horse to beat redistricting. Came back with a win in the UN and then a nice second-place finish behind the globe-trotting Rebels Romance in our Joe Hirsch here a couple of weeks ago. He's good. This was a 1 1/8. A mile probably suits him even better in here. Just a very logical type horse who keeps running well for Todd Pletcher. If Big Everest can get loose in the front end and control in a slow pace, he can win. If he's not able to, he's not going to get it done in here, and Major Dude becomes a very likely winner.
Already Major Dude a millionaire. We'll see if he can add to that tally in race 4 tomorrow, 1:43 Eastern start time. Let's briefly set up this nightcap to close out this Pick 6 carryover. Again, 6 furlongs on the turf at our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. 2-year-old fillies trying to get that first career win as the board reflects. Wide open right now.
Yeah, no, you've got a lot of first-time stars with pedigrees. The 11's taking money. The 6, I heard a story on Immortal Poet. These horses, their firsters taking money. I like the 9 Bramble Blast. I think you like that horse a little bit too as well, Greg. But this race is wide open. To look and see if the Pick 6, do we know if there's limit to look right now and see if there's anybody that is not covered in the Pick 6.
19
they're all covered.
Minutes to post. All right, so it is going to get hit today. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. Part of our coverage tomorrow. Maryland Million card from Laurel Park in one of the really coolest horses in training right now. Runner-up from last year's Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. Most recently 3rd in the Woodward post time. Back to his home track. We'll have a preview next.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets. Back with you on our Friday coverage here with a nightcap still to come on this card at Belmont of the Big 8 tomorrow. 40th Maryland Million Day. You'll see live coverage all afternoon long on America's Day at the Races and post-time back in action in the Maryland Million Classic on friendly grounds where he's been so successful. He's never lost 10 for 10 at Laurel Park.
Yeah, no, that's pretty cool, actually. We love him. We've grown to love him over time. He's a really hard-trying, good horse. Just obviously the last spot was the wrong spot, as it turned out, the way the race scratched out.
Look at the lineup of all the action from Maryland Million Day. And that one we just alluded to, the Classic, that's race 11, 5:12 Eastern time, post time 3 to 5 morning line.
And as you correctly said to me, it is the Jim McKay Maryland Million Day, brainchild of the late, great Jim McKay. A legend in this industry.
Absolute
broadcasting
legend all-timer.
Broadcasting.
All right, we're going to take a quick timeout. We will be back. Take a look at this field, have the post parade from this nightcap when we come back. This is the one to beat on the board right now. 3-1, Delightful Darling. Mark Casse, Dylan Davis, start number 4, and equipment change. Blinkers going on when we come back.
I have 52,000 starts in my life. I've never seen one that could take as much as he did early and continue to improve.
And it is Gunite.
He's strong, he's attractive.
And he's gonna win the hopeful.
He's extremely smooth and fluid.
Gunite is a tough customer here as they come on for the finish.
How sound he is.
Gunite got the jump.
Consistent mentally, physically.
He will defeat Elite Power in the Forgo.
Complete package.
Saturday on America's Day at the Races, join Maggie Wolfendale on track live for the 40th edition of Jim McKay Maryland Million Day from Laurel Park. Back-to-back stakes races, including the Maryland Million Classic. Coverage begins noon Eastern on FS2.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
650-75. Buy them.
Respect them.
70-75. Now 700. Train them for a second career.
Respect them. Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Back with you on our Friday coverage. America's Day of the Race is brought to you in part by Gainesway Power, Passion, Performance. Nightcap coming up on a pick six carryover and these payoffs. Yeah, every horse on that board results in getting hit, but they're pretty good considering what's come in.
Yeah, I mean, there was a firster that had a lot of pedigree, could have been used, and there was a 6-1 shot. Rather than that, you had a 7-5, you had a 3-1 and a 2-1, really logical horses. So certainly if you played and you spread, you can be alive here, but you got to get through this one. I'm hearing a lot of stories on the 6, Immortal Poet.
First-time starter, the 6, for Rob Falcone Jr. Ricardo Santana Jr. will ride 4-1 right now for the debut. But this horse continues to be the favorite. One with experience. This will be turf start number 3, 4th start overall. Have you seen enough?
Well, you know, her last race was good. I mean, she was dueling in a pace that kind of fell apart. And we know Quiet Streak's a good horse. Won a stake at Kentucky Downs, next start and stretched out and ran a credible race here in the Miss Grillo. I just worry about her lack of stamina and whether or not she's a horse you can really trust to get the 6 furlongs. But she ran well last time. She just had chances at short prices.
It had the lead. It was her debut at 5 furlongs, but got caught, got nailed on the front end, then 5.5. Misses by a nose, 5.5 on the turf. Forward and then backs up. But we'll see if the blinker's on. Maybe can help her finish and seal the deal today for Mark Casse. As we take a look at the 6, and yeah, word apparently out on this one. Half her morning line. As we get set to jump back on Fox Sports 2 here with 11 minutes to post in this 8th and final on our Friday card here from South Ozone Park. Good to be back with you here on Fox Sports 2 as we get set for the finale here on this Pick 6 carryover Friday card here in South Ozone Park, New York. Greg Wolf, New York Racing Association handicapper, Andy Serling. We're approaching the 9-minute mark to post here to close things out. This Pick 6, for those that were watching over the Fox Sports app, will get hit today. Probably the most wide open race in this whole sequence.
One of those wide open races we've run the entire meet, at least on paper, where you've got horses that have run credible races, and you've got first-time stars with pedigree and there's stories on them as well.
Let's head downstairs in the paddock for more with Maggie Wolfendale.
Yeah, we'll check in with the first-time starters here, Greg, beginning with number 2 that comes in here for trainer Jorge Duarte from Colts Neck Farm. And she is out of a dam who's a stakes-winning turf sprinter. That's number 2, Endless Horizons. And really, she's caught my eye from the moment they walked in here. A bigger filly, so, you know, if it wasn't for her pedigree, I'd question the 6 furlongs first time out here, and maybe ultimately she does want to go a bit further. But there's a lot of physical and mental maturity that I'm observing here in the paddock, and on top of that, she looks incredibly fit here. So I like what I'm seeing from this first-time starter a lot. And, you know, being able to train on the farm as they do, it's kind of a similar situation to when we have horses coming here from Fair Hill. There's not going to be a lot of buzz. There's not going to be a lot of talk because there's not a lot of eyes to see these horses working in the mornings. Moving on to number 5, Chat a Lot. For Miguel Clement, she is a daughter of Warfront. The dam, she did win her first start as a 2-year-old and also a stakes winner, multiple graded stakes placed on the turf. But in 2 foals to run, she has not had a winner. There is some more turf pedigree going back a generation as well. But we'll see if she can become the first foal to get the job done here as she comes in looking incredibly fit, athletic, strong. I mean, this filly, of all the first-time starters, probably looks the fittest and the strongest of any of them. And per usual with the Clement debuters, incredibly professional, has not turned a hair, very relaxed and well within herself and possessing some confidence here in the paddock. Now, number 6 is Immortal Poet, as we are getting a lot of buzz, as Andy pointed out, about this daughter of Lope E. Fernandez by that one, which they paid $102,000, the equivalent thereof, at the Goff's yearling sale. The dam, she won 1 race. The second dam, she did win the Ribblesdale. And this was a horse that was previously with Ray Handel. So watching the workouts up in Saratoga, she was wearing race equipment, and she was on the outside of another horse when they went that 48-3 around the dog. So that's a pretty quick time for that. They were doing it quite easily. Now, she didn't gallop out as good, but then again, she looks like a sprinter. She's very compact, very small. She probably looks about 90% fit. Well suited to the conditions, but are there firsters that just look a little bit further along in their physical development than she? Yes, but we'll see. If there's smoke, there's fire here. Greg?
The Buzz Horse, indeed. First time out, 7-2 from that 8-1 morning line on this 6 on your screen for Rob Falcone Jr.
But other horses are good. Firsters are getting bet. The 2 at 7-1 is taking money. The 11 even at 6-1 for George Weaver's taking some money.
Speed from the rail with a 1 Bella Rosa.
Yeah, they have no choice but to go. And she dueled with a fast horse last time out. Take a message on that call for me, Chloe.
Endless Horizons, Javier Castellano.
Yeah, this horse has plenty of pedigree. Dam won 5 turf races out of 17. Liam's Map, plenty of turf ped.
See if the blinkers make a difference for the most experienced runner in the field.
Yeah, I wonder about getting a distance, but she's okay.
Here is first-time starter for Miguel Clement, Chattelot.
Yeah, there's pedigree here, and the Dam didn't produce any winners in the turf, but they handled the turf, and the Dam was pretty good. They were fulls, too.
Here's the first-timer, Immortal Poet, for Rob Falcone Jr.
Taking a lot of money, we'll see.
Barclay Tag, Time for You with Romero Mirage.
First-timer from Kingman at over 40-1.
Tom Proctor, Glen Hill Farm, the Happy Tree.
Yeah, probably gets to the right surfaces. There's plenty of turf on the Dam side, but the second Dam Cash Run won the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies for Wayne Lucas.
$500,000 purchase. Bramble Blast, the 9 we both like at 9-1.
We do. I think she can be forward and she can win.
Sweet Rhythm, Linda Rice debut with a 10.
This one's after New Guinea, who ran well, won 8 of 21 races for Christophe Clement.
And Channel View, it's George Weaver. Second Dam was a first-out winner on dirt and a Grade 2 winner on dirt.
What she has going for her is Weaver, but she does not have a ton of turf pedigree. I did think the workout 20 3/5 for a quarter mile was okay at the 2-year-old sale at OBS. Back to Bramble Blast. I just feel like the 9 Bramble Blast has been misplaced since the debut. You know, the debut, this horse finished second to horse Royal Testament, who's won a couple of races and is heading out to California to run the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint. And this horse ran a very credible second. Then instead of going in the maiden races, because we didn't have enough maiden turf sprints in Saratoga, they went into a stake, an ill-advised move that didn't work out, not surprisingly. Then they stretched out, okay, you want to see if she can go long? She can. Now she's finally running back in a turf sprint for maidens. It's just where she belongs. It seems like a logical horse at a very generous price of 9-1, in my opinion. And I think you agree, Greg.
Completely. 9-1 is inflated indeed.
Doesn't it seem like this horse is being ignored? I mean, this is finally, if let me put it this way. If she were coming to this race just off of her maiden race, wouldn't she be one of the favorites? Her debut.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean,
and has been in spots.
She has the
no
fastest run race.
I'm not saying she's going to win.
She shouldn't be 9-1.
I just don't believe she should be 9-1. I picked her. You like her as well. But that doesn't mean, she could run last. Just because we like her doesn't mean she's going to win. But I think we can agree that 9-1 seems to be very generous on her. That's all.
There is Ricardo Santana Jr. staying on this New York circuit full-time, who after dominated for so long out in Hot Springs, Arkansas. Good to see him here.
Yeah, I hope he's found a home with us in New York. He rides so well and aggressively, and it just seems like he's always in the right spot. Even if he's not forward, he's not running a speed, he's getting good position. Even in turf routes, you're watching him get position. He's not a one-dimensional rider. He happens to be an aggressive rider, but he is far from a one-dimensional rider, and his agent, PJ Campo, they hooked up together. It's been magic, to be honest.
I thought, really, watching him the last few years, one of his strengths actually is turf sprints.
I think turf in general. I thought Deep Learning, who ran second in the Miss Grillo, he gave her a terrific ride. He got her right to the rail, sort of in the pocket like fourth. She's not a horse with a lot of speed. He's just a rider that seems to get his horses in a position where they can win. And you can't ask any more from a rider. Most of the time, riders are riding horses that aren't good enough to win. The only thing you can ask is that they give them their best chance.
3 minutes to post here in this 8th. Here's the Miguel Clement first-time starter.
Taking some money this horse at 5-1. Joel Rosario, glad to see him back riding after he got dropped coming out at the gate yesterday on a favorite.
Clement doing pretty good with his 2-year-olds of late. He had two 2-year-olds qualify for the Breeders' Cup just the other week.
He's doing well with all his horses. He's really, come out on his own with his father unfortunately passing away, and has just been doing everything right. A lot of money for the 11 outside to be 5-1, huh?
It's George. It's simply because it's George Weaver, right?
I don't know. No, because Weaver can win at prices. He can win with firsters at prices. This horse could be any price near. Eric Cancel is not really his go-to rider. He does ride him, but not his go-to rider. And this horse is getting bet.
Let's go to Maggie.
Well, Eric Cancel does work a lot of horses in the morning and has for years for trainer George Weaver. So, I think there is a little bit of a, paying back. And Andy's right. Most of the more live ones aren't necessarily ridden by Eric, but why not give him a chance every now and again here, especially as we're getting into the fall, soon-to-be winter time here at the Big A. As number 11, Channel View, they paid $400,000 for this filly after she worked 20 and 3. To me, she moves so much like her sire, Vekoma. But I like the fact that she really kind of extends herself and reaches for the ground. And sorry, not like Vekoma. Jeez, I'm losing my mind because she's by Charlatan. But she actually has Vekoma action, kind of that big, more knee action, and kind of elevated herself off of the ground, which we've seen the Charlatans translate that to the turf, as he's actually done well with them. Now the Dam, she's have to come dancing, who's a multiple graded stakes winner on the dirt, sprinting out to a mile. This is the first full from the Dam, who is a graded stakes place type, but these are all dirt horses. So we'll see. I did think moving over that surface at OBS, she looked like she appreciated kind of the springier action, so therefore translating well to the turf. I'm not sold on her. I wish there was a little bit more of an engine to her. It's good she draws, I think, the outside, so she doesn't have to stand in the gate long and hopefully gets herself out of there. But I wish there was a little bit more power from behind the saddle with her. Overall, Eric has given her a nice warm-up. Now, number 9, Bramble Blast, I agree with you guys. This is the right spot for her. She looks like a total turf sprinter. The problem is, though, I feel like, and while she has faced some tough company in her last 2, it almost feels like the opportunity to win with this type has passed by, because she just looks like a very early, precocious type that's now looking a little bit smaller against her competition. I think she is live here, but I wonder how many chances are left for her to really show up and be the winning type here. So we'll see what she does. But I ultimately landed on the 2, Endless Horizons here, Greg. I didn't love the fact that I saw her in the big screen here at Aqueduct rearing up. So maybe she's being a little bit more green than what she was in the paddock, but I really liked her overall look.
Meanwhile, while Maggie was going through that field for a moment, the 6 actually became the 5-2 favorite this first-time starter. Now, slight second choice, but wow, that is significant money, no question, on this first-time starter.
Agreed. taking a lot of money in a really interesting race. But, like the 11 continues to be at 5-1. That horse is getting bet. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. This is not an easy race. There are horses in here that are probably going to run well that aren't going to win. It seems to be potentially a stronger race than you might have thought at first glance, even.
Chris Griffin to close things out this finale on the Friday card. Belmont at the Big A. Let's send it upstairs.
Blast. Set to move forward. Thank you, Greg. Here is Sweet Rhythm. And Channel View to the outside. Friday finale. Channel View goes in. All set. And they're off. Speed from the Immortal Poet in between horses. Immortal Poet has the speed right out towards the front, and Bellarosa at the rail will apply some pressure. Bramble Blast joins them. That's the leading trio. Just off of them, Delightful Darling. Dylan Davis, a little keen, is right there in fourth, wants to get out. Out wider, there comes Channel View, who's in fifth. In sixth, moving forward, here comes Chat-A-Lot, just past the Happy Tree, who's dropping back, losing ground. Endless Horizons towards the back end of the field. Sweet Rhythm, and the trailer, Time for You, 21.72. Pumped up opening quarter. Immortal Poet is in front. Bramble Blast with the pressure. Bellarosa down towards the inside, ready to challenge. Delightful Darling's been a little green, but now ranges up 3 wide. Chat-A-Lot is now under drive. Blue Cap is tipping to the outside. The rest got to pick it up. Bramble Blast has taken the lead. Immortal Poet just starting to stop, now being eased down there as towards the inside. Bellarosa starts to rally. Here comes Bellarosa after Bramble Blast. Bramble Blast with a head in front. Bellarosa, Sweet Rhythm launching for far out of it. Delightful Darling starting to warm to the task now. Bramble Blast, Bellarosa, these two down the line. Delightful Darling, it's going to be a photo. Look like Bramble Blast just holds on over the oncoming strides of Bellarosa. Then came Delightful Darling and Sweet Rhythm in 1 minute 9.15 seconds.
Bramble Blast, how did this one go off at 8-1? Finally, as you said, finding the right spot and in perfect position early.
Yeah, I mean, stalked the heavily bet firster, who had speed but no stamina whatsoever. Took over in the stretch and held on. That was a quick pace, 21.72. These are faster than the pace we've been seeing with sort of older, experienced horses. Perfect trip on the 1, Bellarosa with Jose Lozcano. Perfect trip for the 4, and none of these horses could run this horse down. And, you and I talked about this horse, and I think sometimes, there are times that you can make a pick that's a big price, and you can think, boy, that was really clever, or somebody likes horse. I don't think this was a clever pick. I think this was just a very logical horse, and a horse that was dirtied up. And I understand what Maggie's saying, and to be honest with you, that was what my trepidation of this horse was. I was thinking maybe this trainer's just running the wrong spots a couple of times, and now the horse just, he's sort of a little past his expiration date. And I agree with the concept of what she was talking about. And I think she's right in that sense. Sometimes, you have a horse and you run the wrong spots, but, 8-1. If this horse was 3-1, I could see having concerns, but this horse had run too well in the only race it really had a chance to win. And this is not a great pick. This is an overlay.
Way inflated the price she should have been. 8-1. Bramble Blast gets that maiden breaking score to close things out in this pick 6. By the way, I believe over $10,000 with Bramble Blast. Yeah, $10,207. For the pick 6, 9-1-4-10. I'm your Rodriguez aboard for Mike Deeney, Ballybrit Stable. Nice little way to close things out.
No, I don't feel like you and I were particularly smart here. I just think this horse is a ridiculous overlay. This horse probably should have paid $9 or $10. But a lot of firsters taking money. So who ran 1, 2, 3, by the way?
On this card, we had a couple of horses. We had another horse who went gate to wire. We thought was the lone speed in the race, who had the fastest race, who paid 4-1. What, in race 2?
Sometimes the game seems easy. Most of the time, it makes you feel really stupid.
A rare day where we had some good success here and some inflated prices. We will see you tomorrow, noon Eastern. Start time on Saturday. Major Dude, Millionaire, trying to add to that tally in the Artie Schiller. And if Big Everest, though, can get to the front, he's going to be awfully dangerous. He is so good on this turf course at Aqueduct, and loves Cervera. Already a multiple stakes winner, trying to add yet another for Miguel Clement in the Glen Cove on a terrific Saturday to come tomorrow.
Nine, 1, 4, 10 order finish in today's 8th. Winner is the 9, Bramble Blast. Bramble Blast. She's a 2-year-old bred in Kentucky by Summerfront out of Regal Rose. Winning owners, Bally Britt Stable. Winning trainer, Mike Deeney. The winning jockey, Jamie Rodriguez. 9, 1, 4, 10 in race 8. Nine, 1, 4, 10 order finish in race 8. Race 8's official, exacta 9-1, $56.66. The double, $27 and a penny. Trifecta, $99.38. And superfecta, $2,682.55. The pick 3, $102.89. Pick 4, $607.68. Pick 5 returned $3,561.03. And the pick 6, 5 out of 6, $106.52. And 6 of 6, $10,207.49. Running time, 1 minute 9.15. That does conclude our live racing action here for a Friday afternoon. Thanks again for joining us here and getting involved in the pick 6 here at Belmont at the Big A. Right back here tomorrow. First post is 12:10. Tomorrow's program, 11 races on the card. 11 races on our Saturday afternoon program. That's right back here. First post 12:10 for more great racing action with the New York Racing Association and live racing Belmont at the Big A. Good night. And they're off. Speed from the Immortal Poet in between horses. Immortal Poet has the speed right out towards the front, and Bellarosa at the rail will apply some pressure. Bramble Blast joins them. That's the leading trio. Just off of them, Delightful Darling. Dylan Davis, a little keen, is right there in fourth, wants to get out. Out wider, there comes Channel View, who's in fifth. In sixth, moving forward, here comes Chat-A-Lot, just past the Happy Tree, who's dropping back, losing ground. Endless Horizons towards the back end of the field. Sweet Rhythm, and the trailer, Time for You, 21.72. Pumped up opening quarter. Immortal Poet is in front. Bramble Blast with the pressure. Bellarosa down towards the inside, ready to challenge. Delightful Darling's been a little green, but now ranges up 3 wide. Chat-A-Lot is now under drive. Blue Cap is tipping to the outside. The rest got to pick it up. Bramble Blast has taken the lead. Immortal Poet just starting to stop, now being eased down there as towards the inside. Bellarosa starts to rally. Here comes Bellarosa after Bramble Blast. Bramble Blast with a head in front. Bellarosa, Sweet Rhythm launching for far out of it. Delightful Darling starting to warm to the task now. Bramble Blast, Bellarosa, these two down the line. Delightful Darling, it's going to be a photo. Looked like Bramble Blast just hones on over the oncoming strides of Bellarosa. Then came Delightful Darling and Sweet Rhythm in 1 minute 9.15 seconds.